kind. In its ignorance, destroyed wisdom,
deeply wrong.
Destroyed love. And 2,000
You
years
can
later,
feel it.
we've still got a society.
So what is happening to us?
Destroys love.
And what should we do about it?
I have faith that the answers are...
Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence. And what we should be doing while we're here.
What did Christ
Join
say
us
on the cross?
as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing.
Amen.
That's what we are. Jack, he gave us the example of perfection. We can never achieve it, but we can strive for it, Jack. We'll never achieve perfection. We're not perfect creatures, but we can strive for that. And to have that example as something to hope, Jack. The hope that he's there, that we can always look to that example, Jack. That even though we don't always make it there, Jack, we are one. No. We are one people in progress. We're one people in progress.
Right now. And from God's eyes, I can assume, you know, he said in the beginning it was good. Should it not be good? I mean, maybe it's good to God, but now is actually perfect. Perfectly ordered, perfectly brought forth. Let me welcome DNW, Finding Gnosis. How are you, brother?
Hello, Jack. I'm.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Jack. And I'm just somewhat despondent, Jack.
How so?
Just listening to the noise, and this hum. It's almost unbearable, you know. That comes from people who feel very confident about.
Oh wow, I was gonna see you married, bro.
And
no, let him cook. Let him cook.
There's a lot more peace in silence sometimes, Jack.
Amen.
And I want to tell all of you to go inwards and seek the silence rather than the noise that is all around you. This cacophony of chaos, which we are all guilty of spewing our guts into. I would ask you all to, after this show, spend some time in solitude. Turn inwards, close your eyes, take some deep breaths, forget about everything you've heard, forget about everything you've thought before, and come back tomorrow willing to fucking listen.
Why don't you listen and stop pontificating, you retard?
You
know what the word pontification
is? Shut your mouth, Imperious.
What is the word pontificating?
Shut your mouth,
What does the word pontificating mean?
Imperious, you little clown. Quieten down now.
No, you're the clown. You run from an actual debate.
Boy.
You couldn't debate.
You couldn't
debate your finger out of your ass.
Show,
you couldn't debate your finger out of your ass.
Show. Imperious, this is Jack Show. Quiet down.
This is how I know Imperious is Italian.
He would have been. His ancestors were run out of Sicily. They were run out of Sicily.
I never was.
They were no
Sicily.
good.
He's not Sicilian.
Yeah, why don't you look up
They were run out of Italy. They were run out of Italy.
Cavoli, you idiot! And I have an Italian citizenship, you moron.
You were run out of Italy because you're no good.
Please pause. There was something brought up there that I think could be helpful. Denizen, it was helpful for me, at least, regarding what we were talking about earlier. You know, when you try to be the best you can, and then there's these people that just that forgive them, Father, they know not what they do. That was something I started really trying to understand. And the more I saw it,
it's one of my favorite parts. But I'm reminded by my good friend Nude Guru, though. You know, I mean, his rebuttal is valid, right?
What was the rebuttal regarding?
See if I can find it so I can quote it correctly. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. excuse-based gaslight, perfect exploitation setter. You know, I think about the programming in Christianity and where Christian philosophy has led us as a nation. And, you know, it is like to praise and crave the adoration and the glorification of those who exploit you. You know, that's really where we are in American society. And I think a lot of that is in the Bible, unfortunately.
But that's
So
not
while
what
I
it's
wonder,
that's not what it's saying. I'll give you an example. When in the Manhattan Project and they dropped the bomb and Oppenheimer stated, you know, I have
become destroyer of
I have
worlds.
become the destroyer of worlds. Well, what Christ was saying was the opposite of that. Was saying these human beings don't know what they're doing. They may think they're doing right, but they don't see everything. They're lost.
That's it.
But this
That's
is what
what he's
Nudie is saying, though. He's saying they know exactly what they're doing. They're evil.
No, they didn't.
And
No,
they don't
that's
deserve
it.
your forgiveness.
No, but that's the thing. We don't know what we're doing. Because,
Here-
for example, the bomb, they didn't know the entire world would blow up when they dropped that bomb. They didn't know.
Well,
They don't know
You could
what
make
they
that
do.
excuse for Gentiles, but not Jews. They have the Torah. They know exactly what they're doing wrong.
Jack, this is what I'm saying. Like,
a wonderful comment from Trexty.
Yeah.
If you want to read that, Jack.
Cannot take the slightest slight without losing his mind.
okay, so
Actually, I do want to let.
no, but
Yay.
Tatiana jump in.
again, what can anyone challenge anything I'm saying? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm
No
going to
one can
add to what you
challenge anything
said.
I'm saying. You may not like what I'm
Yes, I'm
saying,
going to add to what you say.
Serious.
but
Let
I'm
him-
right.
Yeah,
Let him-
let me add to it. Let me say that I kind of agree with Imperius on a sense. And now, I don't know if Jack agrees, but he has liked what I've said about this before, is there's this thing I believe sin to be, and I've connected it to a certain mapping, a subjective internal narrative. I think Jesus was highlighting this in his own way to say, look, they live in a world, a matrix built for them in sin. They believe this is true. For those who were doing that, forgive them. They know not what they do. I don't really actually think he was saying forgive the ones who have perpetuated this, so the corrupt ones. I think he was saying the ones who are cheering us on because they think something is not true because they've been tricked. Forgive these ones, and because they're loving the idea that, you know, this horrible figure that they've been told is getting eliminated to save them all, but really they were tricked into it or something like that. I line it more along those lines anyway. I don't know what you guys think.
Well, I would
No,
agree, because that's a
that's not-
repeated theme throughout the New Testament. That's
No,
a repeated theme of Jesus, you know, people being misled by the false teachings of the Pharisees. So that interpretation does kind of
He
fall in
was
line with what
talking
Jesus
about
said.
the Pharisee.
He literally
He was
specifically
talking about the Pharisee.
Well, I
He
do
was
believe.
talking specifically about the Pharisee.
Oh, in this
He was
example, you mean?
specifically talking.
You've
Yes,
said
and
that.
I'll explain
You've
why.
said, we've heard that. So please.
But, okay, so
Let
everyone
him
can
explain.
babble as long as they want, but I can't, Jack. Is that what you're saying? Is that the
If
hint
you're
that I'm
just
getting?
going to sit and repeat yourself, you're denying everyone else
I
the
haven't repeated
opportunity
anything.
from speaking.
I haven't
I
repeated
just-
anything, you jackass.
Imperious.
I haven't
Go
repeated
back
anything,
and-
jackass.
Hey, dude. Why
Get
don't
your
you
own
back-
show, Imperious. I mean,
No,
Don't
please,
yell at me.
guys.
Remember who the fuck you're
Tell you
talking
what.
to.
Tell you what.
Yes, bro.
I'm
Careful, he's a hacker.
Guys, step back, please.
Fine.
Let me try and communicate, okay? Imperious, when I spoke to you, you were repeating yourself. And actually that reaction where you start insulting me because I'm asking you to stop repeating yourself kind of confirms what Trexty was saying.
What did I
got an
repeat?
edge to you, dude.
State what I repeated.
Oh, what was he saying?
That he was talking about the
You know what?
Pharisee a few
you know
times.
what? I mean, half the time,
Yeah.
he's,
No,
half the
I
time
wasn't
is
talking about it.
He was
half
talking
So
to the
notice how they don't
Pharisees.
let me explain.
Jack,
Notice
Jack,
that. No, here it
Jack,
comes.
half
Here it
the
comes.
time,
He
Jack,
doesn't want me
half
to
the time,
answer. Doesn't want me to answer.
Jack, half
Doesn't
the
want
time,
me to answer.
Jack, half the
Please.
time,
It's
half
about
the time,
me, but doesn't want me to answer.
Quit
Holy
bitching
shit.
and answer, dummy.
All right. right, dummy.
Half the time
The
he's
fact is,
talking
I
out of
spoke
his
about
arse.
the entire human
The other
race
time
first,
he's
dummy,
talking out of
and then
his
I
nose.
specifically talked
It's quite
individually about the
unbearable.
Pharisees, dummy. So it's called an overarching argument, dummy, and then a specific argument, retard. Don't try to argue with a brain bigger than yours.
Who the fuck you think you're talking to, fool?
You know, I'll put my fucking foot up your ass, faggot. Shut up. Don't you
Really?
fucking talk to me. I've made more money in a day than you have in your life. Don't fuck.
so-
You need to realize where the fuck you stand on the order of life, bitch.
And he only gives you
I'm on the fucking
$2,
top. If
Jack.
I want to butcher
$2.
every one of your fucking audience members, I'm in the elites. We rule the world, Jack. You should listen to what the fuck I'm telling you.
Or what?
Or you keep losing and I keep winning.
Actually, Imperious, if you actually get out of your head for just a moment, put your feelers aside, okay? Can we breathe together? Can we be at peace for a moment?
Sure. We're always, Jack, we're always at peace.
All right. Well, if you look at the bigger picture of where you are, I don't really think I start the live stream for me to shut up and listen to you and then have you calling me names either, dude. I mean,
And
Would
I
I
don't
actually-
come on, and I don't have come on to have inferior people think they can interact with me. You know
Well,
what I was
this-
told, Jack? Children to be
Imperious?
seen and not heard. And if you're wrong, you get a bullet to the back of your head. That's the
Well,
world I
then-
want to live in. If you're wrong, you get a bullet
Hey,
to the back of your head.
maybe
It's
you ought
very
to,
simple. Don't. It's very
Imperious,
simple.
if
it's
you
very
want
simple.
those, hey, if you want those rules, you better fucking make
Oh,
sure
I
your
do. I'm
rules
never
are
wrong.
perfect.
Oh, I do. I never.
I'm going to prevent you from further lies for you to make the claim you're never wrong. God bless you, Imperious. You're wrong with me today.
A Catholic that's never wrong. Wow, I've never met one of those before.
I mean, half the time he's talking out of his ass. The other half he's talking out of his nose. He's got this really nasally voice that kind of is quite grating on the soul.
Let's not go after the person. We can address the behavior. Maybe I'm being more sensitive. Let's welcome Kenny back. Kenny, please no songs or poems, or you're welcome to join the conversations. But
I find him passionate as well anyway, Jack. Hi, Kenny.
he is. He's passionate. Welcome, brother.
Yeah, Jack, I heard you mention, I think it was yesterday, that the United States of America was a corporation.
Yes.
I've been doing some thorough research into that claim, and it's actually a myth that I can debunk right now.
Oh.
And I'd like to relay my findings to the panel to see what their feedback is going to be and what your feedback is going to be, to inform open discussion, if you will.
Is this on topic?
Well, so what you want to do is present the case that the United States is not a corporation.
That's what my findings have shown, yes.
Okay. What would that change? If I said it was a corporation and you say it's not, say you're right. Does that change anything I was saying or trying to do?
Yeah, it makes it you're incorrect and I am correct.
And so what does
so
that
it can help you,
accomplish?
can help you because you learn something about your own country from a foreigner. Are you strong enough for that, Jack?
Well, I suppose I'm willing to entertain what you found, but the whole point of what I'm suggesting is the United States citizens are not free. Their freedom has been sold to the highest bidders, right? And it looks like the state of Israel has a lot of donors involved that are buying away the freedom and integrity of their land. Go ahead.
Can I intercede? Yeah. So, Kenny, I think the problem here is that It's kind of analogous, and in some ways maybe even metaphorical, when Jack refers to the United States as a corporation. And I think that
so therefore not really true then.
I think that in the ways like that, the official formulation, the narrative of the formulation of the government that you would use to contend with Jack's assertion, I think these would have been Jack's assumptions before he became more aware of how the government actually operates. So you wouldn't really be introducing new information, I would be afraid. That would be the problem.
Well,
and that
I would actually, because Jack thinks that the United States is a corporation, and it's not.
I mean, it kind of is, though. It operates. It operates. It's almost like you didn't hear what I just said.
Let me relay what I have.
Yeah, he just
researched.
answered
Let me
that.
relay what I've researched. Enemies can get back to me after.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just that we've done this. Some of us have done this for 30 years. That's all. But go ahead, Kenny.
Yep. Please.
Right, Jack. Can I relay it?
Please do.
Okay. The core of the US as a corporation theory rests on a fundamental misunderstanding of a specific piece of legislation, the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871. Proponents of the myth claim that when Congress passed this act, it secretly dissolved the original constitutional republic, bankrupted the country, and replaced the government with a corporate entity designed to enslave citizens and trade them as chattel on the global market. The reality of the 1871 Act is entirely administrative. The Organic Act of 1871 did not impact the federal government or the Constitution. It only affected the local governance of Washington, D.C. Before the 1871, the District of Columbia was made up of separate municipalities: the City of Washington, Georgetown, and Washington County. The Act repealed their individual charters and consolidated them into a single territorial government to manage the rapidly growing population and improve poor living conditions and basic sanitation. The Act's text does mention creating a corporation. In legal terminology, however, a municipal corporation is simply the legal structure of a city, town, or county government. It is what allows a municipality to enter into contracts on public property and sue or be sued in court. It does not mean a private for-profit business entity. Practically every major city in the world operates legally as a municipal corporation.
Right. These cities and states are run like corporations. They've got all the same setup that a corporation has. It's a mirror. I mean, I'm not
talking about cities there, Jack, but I was addressing the structure of the United States as a country. And that's what.
But you admitted that they're administrated and the legal structure is that of a corporation.
I'm going to listen to your
rebuttal.
feedback. I'm going to listen to you guys' feedback to what I just said in listening mode. Good night.
Thank you.
Yes. So may I?
Please do. Please.
Yeah. So he called it a conspiracy theory and then described exactly what's happened to the United States and its citizens. And then in his rebuttal, he admitted, though while the Constitution supposedly somehow stays intact through all this process, and the federalized government somehow stays intact throughout this process, administratively and by legal structure, our governments, our municipalities have been made into corporations. And that's the problem with that structure, is because it defines how citizens interact with their government. It defines how citizens are able to hold their government accountable. And in the beginning of his statement, he said it only had to do with local DC government. And by the end of his statement, he admitted how just about all the local municipalities in the country are operated the same way. Which one is it, Kenny? And this becomes a very practical and tangible property, shutting down their offices to the public, creating appointment-only invitations for public services, requiring documentation, identification in order to access government services, and then hiring private security and using the police in order to organize the property as though it's private, where we're no longer allowed to public property. They're treated like private property, where people are trespassed, often simply for asking questions or protesting or expressing their grievances.
I agree. Go ahead, Jesus.
Yeah, Jack, can I ask you to not Guru, he's a character, but Red, the one just before that, Red 40? Yes, one, American and United States. Oh no, it was something about a constitution, about there being more than one constitution or something. That's it. What's that all about? What do you mean by that?
I know there's a lot more in history, and I've heard a lot of details, but I'm not one who has the details and dates and specifics. I'm not able to articulate it clear enough. But I have understood that there was changes in the past that did kind of it turned what was supposed to be this new republic, democratic republic, and it changed it more into a business venture. And it makes sense. It makes sense that everything is run as a business venture because we've had societies that focus straight on money. And that evolved from way in the past. The commercial laws, the maritime laws made by man they've been enacted and enforced for the purposes of protecting the owning class. For the most part, that's what it's always been. America tried the time of freedom, but we got to admit, way back then, there wasn't communication, there wasn't the education. We talked about evolution earlier today in this stream, and I believe our society has evolved. In America and around the world, we've grown, we've developed. And I think it's time for us to grow up. Stop treating life as a business venture and start sharing life as though we care about each other. I took us way off the Constitution discussion, didn't I?
We need to stop electing leaders. We need to lead ourselves and stop having people lead us.
Partially. Let's swing back. Pantheon, you were trying to jump in. Go ahead, please.
No, I was saying that was beautiful. Amen. I was really saying, like, I didn't really have a thing. But to agree with Andy saying and get back on track, sovereignty, is that what you're beaming at, Andy, that we should earn our own sovereignty?
Yeah, I think that all issues, regardless of whether it's judicial or executive, if it's a matter of us going to war, even anything, literally anything should be voted on by the entire United States population as a whole. And if you don't want to contribute, then you're not invited, I guess. But we don't need a single person or a single group of money-hungry billionaires deciding what's for us when we can decide that for ourselves. The whole concept of moving away from a monarchy really solve anything. We're still stuck in the exact same position. It left the door open for us to be completely manipulated, just like we were in Europe. And so I think that we should just move beyond that and just resort to handling it all ourselves, everything, even policing. I think that we as the United States should police our own communities. The citizens should police their communities.
So Andy, you're kind of sort of like really on board with Jack's message on this area then, because this is what he preaches a lot of.
I've never heard him say that, actually. I've never heard him say leaderless government, but if he did say that, I definitely agree with it. That's something I strongly believe in.
It's not really... Go on, Jack. Sorry, but
there is a slight distinction. I mean, I wholeheartedly agree that we do need to do a better job of leading ourselves. That's what Jesus showed, right? We follow that way, we become leaders of our own right. But the reality is, in any movement, anything big, you're going to have a bunch of people. And if you've got a bunch of people, you've got to have some sort of leadership, someone to actually step up. Hey, let's say, and see what we can do. But a true leader, in my opinion, and even with Jesus and the apostles, right? He was the leader of that group. I think we as people can do a heck of a lot better of, like you said, though, policing ourselves, policing each other. I mean, really, if we looked out for one another a little better, if neighbors actually looked in and cared for our neighbors, and if we weren't all divided by economics and beliefs, we wouldn't need the police enforcement. We wouldn't need the prison complex, and we sure as hell wouldn't need militaries. Guys, I saw that. Sorry, this is way off. Let me stay back off.
I particularly was focused on the governance, though. Like, I'm glad that you're on the same page about policing, but the policing is actually the least of my worries. I just kind of threw that in. My main focus with that comment was that we need to stop hiring people to make legal decisions for us as far as what the future of our country is, where our taxes are going to be devoted to, what amount of money is going to be able to fix the roads, whether health care is accessible or not, things like that. Like, these shouldn't be up to a small group of people. This is something that everybody should have a say in, and the Electoral College completely separates us from that ability.
Yep. Absolutely. And that's what allows those people in position of legislation and responsibility. They don't have any oversight. I mean, we've got illusions of oversight. And actually, we've got a lot of citizen groups, a lot of people that are gathering together to truly try and pay attention. And that's why we get a lot of the information we do. It's not coming out of the government as often. I'm speaking about a number of topics there. Let me not speak so sloppily. This is where what I believe is the solution for our corrupted governments. If we redefine what it means to hold a position of authority, right? We redefine what it means to be in a position of leadership. If we start truly raising our standards, this government will quickly change because we won't allow it to continue the way it's been. It's like that drop. Go ahead, please.
It seems so obvious to me that it tells me that this is like people are addicted to the system, right? Like they're stuck in that mindset. Then I forget, like, I'm such an abstract thinker that sometimes linear thinking becomes a challenge for me. But yeah, even the brainwashed masses, if they were just given another way and told to do it, they would do it,
We just need one brave person to go on national television and tell everybody to bum rush it on GTA 6, I mean.
No, because that's not going to work, because currently they're remember when Morpheus told Neo if you're not one of us, you're one of them. And these people will like blindly and passionately defend the system because they're such a part of it.
It's their adult parents. The system is their adult mom and dad.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, guys, this is actually, I'm taking us a little bit off, but this is why I want to speak to the men and women in Congress and the people representing the American government. I believe that if we look at facts and science, the evidence demonstrates that this current societal system of politics and economics, it profits from trauma, and trauma fucks with people's minds. When people have unhealed trauma, they do not think clearly, and that's what's been benefiting this billionaire class.
They keep us in a current state of fear too.
Yep.
So that we can never stop and think.
Yep.
Let go of that. Let go of your fear. As Jack says, I didn't even realize I was parroting what Jack always says, but if you let go of your fear, the only thing holding us back is our fear of death. We don't want to die. We don't want to.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Exactly. That's so true, though. That's so goddamn. That's the first time in my life that really resonated with me. That is so true.
It really is. Go ahead, Pantheon.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Can I ask you permission to ask a little bit of a controversial question? It's really related to this, but obviously, if you don't like it, we don't have to go on to it. I'm just curious, that's all. Is that okay, Jack?
Please.
If it turns out that you have to learn their language before they'll speak to you about your language, and their language is green, if you know what I'm saying about steering the conversation anywhere else, would you be willing to learn that language because it's the only language they understand, or don't you believe that? Because I would like to hear your perspective on this.
I believe they hold a false belief, and like many others who hold false beliefs, they're human. And I think with the right approach, with the right approach, you share the right ideas, and I believe you can change people's minds. Now, here in the masses, people don't. I've not had a lot of success, it seems, in changing minds that have been made up, right? Especially in this public area. And so then that puts a lot of burden on me. Why should you speak to any others, right? What makes you think anyone in position would listen to you? Well, I've dealt with people. My experiences have been at the smaller level, but I've dealt with people who hold positions of influence and authority. And I know that typically when you're dealing with people in positions, they understand logic and reasoning and value, right? And the value I want to present to these people, it's beyond the dollars. I mean, the reality is Donald Trump has an incredibly insane ego. That guy demonstrates egotism, insanity. So we could appeal to his ego. He wants to be the president of peace. He wants to expose the deep state and the corruption, but he's a willing participant so far. So I guess my idea is let's find a way to have heart-to-heart conversations with these people who are willing participants in the oppression and exploitation of their fellow citizens. And I think the government could help me speak with other corporate leaders too, if I can get, I don't know. You know what? It's not about me. I am here for you. That's where I am. I'm here now.
If I try to presuppose a God, then logically for me, this God is not perfect, not all powerful, not all seeing. He has to work within the context, within the reality that we all do. And this God, it maybe has given, he could possibly have given you a mission, and you could still be wrong about it.
Sure.
Like maybe the only way he can get you to do what you need to do and make the sacrifices you need to make is if you believe in a certain thing. But maybe your purpose is to replace Congress with the young people who might hear your message and
True.
then enter into politics with a different mindset. And therefore, opening the minds of the rigid is not even the point. The problem I see with these people too is once you've given into thinking within the system, then it only becomes logical and rational to be greedy. It's smart. It's reasonable to be greedy if you follow the path of this system. So the smarter someone is and the more capable they are of thinking about complex solutions, the more rigid they're going to be in their beliefs, because the more intelligent their reinforcements are going to be. And if you're thinking outside the box, then I think you've already come to some of these conclusions. So you're left in a world where those who oppose you are going to be the most impossible to convince and to change their minds. And it's almost like you have to focus on those who are open-minded or haven't yet made a choice, and then try to play the numbers game there, or you capitulate and turn to brainwashing, fear, and programming, because that's the only way to get the masses to do what you want. You could literally program the masses into being less greedy. You could use Machiavellian tactics to achieve a less Machiavellian culture.
Sorry for the noise. That was me. That was coming through. Pantheon, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Denison, do you mind? I don't want to challenge you, because intuitively I was following along and I agreed with a lot of what you said in my own way. But I wanted to ask you about, just analytically, what you think a certain word is. So it's not a challenge; it's just something to get on clarity. I don't mind telling you what I think about the word first. But is the word perfect and perfection what these mean to you? Do you mind me asking that at all?
Complete without the need for improvement or adjustment.
Okay. For me, just not to be rude, I don't know if you've finished it, Denton, is perfect is like a paradox, it's like an illusion. There's only one form of real perfect, and that is to be imperfect. Do you see? You can be perfectly imperfect, we all are, but you can't really be perfect, unless, of course, you specifically put a qualifier in to say perfect, that's something formal or something like that. You have to really, specific, make it.
Yeah, as an accurate.
Specific. Yes. So, yeah, that's what perfection is to me, and I think we're all perfect in that way, but people do use it in a vanity way. Is that what you're saying? Like, I'm perfect at this, that, like, sort of egotistical way of using it, and in there.
Well, yeah, but I also think that, I don't want to get into it too much. I think the word perfect is thrown around way too much.
I appreciate that, brother, and it is a deep, profound thing, really, when we think about it. So I appreciate that, and I thank you for at least engaging. Sorry about that, Jack.
No, actually, that's something I've given quite a bit of time considering too, and I'd encourage people to think about some of these words. See if you can get a bigger picture and more clarity. The ideas of perfection, divinity, holiness, truth, love, freedom, all of those things. They've got varying definitions and varying experiences for us.
They've got a huge unity as well there, Jack. I love that sequence of words you used. It was the logos behind that was perfect for me. So I won't steal it away from you, but I saw what you did there with all them words. Highly paradoxical words, and yet very, very true to our hearts.
Yeah.
Some of you, right? Like, I'm still trying to access divinity. And to me, faith is not a virtue. You know, some of us were made so that we cannot believe. And if there's a God, he made me that way.
Well, can I ask, what's the difference between cannot and will not?
There isn't. But do I have free will? I don't believe in free will.
Jack, do you believe there isn't a difference as well?
Well, I know in my past, a lot of the things where I said I cannot, it was actually I will not. I would.
It would be where you reach physical limitations. Okay. And so I don't know if I would make that assertion, although it could be possible, especially from the materialist point of view. I could be physically unable of believing in God.
There's that potential, but there's also the potential that it's just not yet time, right? Because as we grow up, you know, as we learn, we grow, we change. At one point, we may not be able to do something, but swing back a little bit later. No, man, this is a piece of cake. Ain't no problem. And you said, I think you said you were trying to access divinity. Is that right?
Yes.
What if the access is found through acceptance? That it's there beyond the doubts for
it's difficult for me to accept something I know isn't true. So I've certainly experimented with it, but how can I truly be accepting? I'd have to be convinced to change my mind on some level first.
Possibly. Denizen,
I could exercise, you know.
Can we continue this later, please?
Yeah, I mean, this, why I've been coming, I mean, you know me, Jack. I come to the show because I like to hang out with you and chat with you. But the last 3 times I've been coming for this specific thing, looking to, you know, you all.
Can I give a confession?
Sure.
I really enjoy when you come on here. I mean, I want to stay longer. I actually get a little pit in my stomach when it goes, Jack says, I'm going to finish now. I'm like, nah, I really enjoy when you're on here. Just, like I said, I just wanted to confess that to you, brother.
Yeah, same. But he does need his rest eventually. You know, it's already evening there. So...
The thing is, though, is you're right. You've been honest and forthright. You've told me. You're very patient. You show up and you're not forcing your way in, trying to control the direction. So for me to put it off again, that's kind of disrespectful of me. I don't mean to do that.
No, I don't think it's intentional. It's a lot of different minds and voices and. I mean, I've been paddling a long time. I know how it is.
You have been. So have I. But this discussion, though, too. What you said is true, and the reality is, I suppose, in some way, what I'm trying to do is convince you to change your mind. And yet, I'm hoping to do so without fully understanding your foundation, right? Because you have been convinced. You have clearly, you're not stupid, not from my view. You're very intelligent, very discerning. So you clearly found some things to support your conclusion. But also, like you said, brother, it's these subtle little things. That's what I found within myself. There was these subtle little resistances. A lot of times they were lingering doubts. And once I finally just looked at them, they became less significant. And I felt better. My mind did change. Not gonna lie. I mean, that was part of my development. I had my mind blown a few different times by what I learned, what I discovered, reflected on, and realized, and then by what I saw in the world. My mind got blown so many times, dude. So I don't know. I guess where I'm at is I don't know how to approach or what to offer even, or most importantly, a little more. However, we are coming up on the 3 hours. I am selfish sometimes, and I do think maybe we should wrap up. I do have a set to forward over to Finding Gnosis, and maybe we can continue some of the conversations over there. Is that you available for that, Denizen?
Yeah.
Yes, I think today is going to be the day that DNW finally gives me a heartfelt apology.
Oh, that's
Wait a minute, Jack.
And we can move past our grievances.
What was that, Kathy?
Are you saying you're going over to Finding Gnosis in a moment?
I think, well, I've got a set to forward over the viewers. And I figured I'd head that way myself in a little bit.
Okay,
hopefully
Jack,
a lot
I'll
sooner.
go now. I'll go and hoover the living room and get it ready for you guys.
Yeah, so I got to walk the dog, and
Jack.
I might join him for a little bit.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
Take me off now,
See you
Jack.
soon,
Thank you, brother. We'll see you soon.
Joe, your laugh is like sweetness.
See, there's my faith goes unrewarded, Jack.
Your faith goes. I know. You know what he did? He ditched out without an apology. You know.
It sounds like you winding down, Jack. Y'all was saying some dope shit.
Well, we're all going over to D&W's now, so you haven't missed us all, Joe, because I think everybody might be standing around and probably won't get cool. So, and it's a bit manic over there, so Jack can actually, get his little dark side
It's
out.
deeply wrong.
Bro.
You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Finding Gnosis. You know what to do. Click on the link. Get the show started. The link is in the live chat now. I've just shared it. I should pin it, I suppose, but I'll share it again. There you go, and I'll pin it momentarily. My phone is the other side of the room, so I can't use that to pin it. I'll have to open another tab, I suppose. Look, I'm very hot. I've got 2 fans on. I need to get myself an air cooler. I'm grumpier than usual because it's very hot. I was out this evening and it was hot. And as I lay in bed tonight, it will be hot. I feel like I'm a few miles from the surface of the sun. And I don't quite know what to do about that. There's somebody here. Vanguard, it's you.
Yes.
Welcome.
Prognosis, diagnosis, agnosis, finding gnosis. Good evening, everyone.
Hello, Vanguard. Yeah.
Hello.
I warn you, Vanguard, I'm grumpier than usual, so you're going to have to try harder.
Well, I haven't got somebody fucking about with my volume tonight, so how's about that?
Okay. Thank you, Vanguard. Cougar, welcome, brother. Good to have you here.
Yeah, you're talking about being hot.
Yeah, the harbinger of doom, that is Cougar Doomer, telling us that global heating is going to swallow us all up. You seem to be right, Cougar.
Yeah.
You seem to be right. Okay, am I the only one that Cougar's coming out a bit funny? Guys, can you hear Cougar? Is it just me?
No, he's in and out.
Can't hear.
No, Cougar, you're coming out intermittently, and it's hard to know what the hell you're going on about. So, on that note, we'll go
I had
to
a fan on. I just turned it off. Is that better?
That seems to be better, yeah.
Yeah, it was the fan. It just was rumbling in the background.
Okay, buddy. Okay. Okay, you said, yeah, it is getting hot, and you gave the reason for it. Crystal, come on here, darling. Chickpea, come on here. Pamela, all of you all. Yuzu, the link's in the live chat. Go ahead, Cougar. Sorry, tell us about this global heating.
Yeah. So, so we're now in the jaws of the thing. This global heating has been going on for a good century, and scientists have known that's what's happening. And there's plenty of data to corroborate that from like the 70s onward. However, what you're experiencing now has arrived about 50 years ahead of schedule. And
Can I just clarify? This is man-made global warming and not what they call, is it a natural global warming? I support man-made. Just saying.
Yeah, this is what we call anthropogenic or human-caused global heating. And the cause of it is that by burning fossil fuels, which humans have been doing quite aggressively for about 150 years, but by doing that and really ramping it up in the last 20 years, since about the time China came online as a big industrial power, we have now made substantial quantitative changes to the Earth's atmosphere. And the Earth's atmosphere is capable of trapping heat. It's been we've known about that since Fourier, the French physicist. He was the one who calculated that the Earth was about 70 degrees warmer than it ought to be, according to the understanding of just black body radiation physics. So he said, we're about 70 degrees warmer than we should be. I wonder what that's about. He didn't answer the question, but later people like Madame Foote, I think her name was Eunice Foote, and then Svante Arrhenius and Tyndall, who was quite famous. He actually kind of stole her work, but doesn't matter. They all were in agreement. Yes.
Cougar, can you just say 70 degrees Fahrenheit or 70 degrees Celsius? Because that's quite a big fucking hike.
You know what? Given at the time he was doing that, it might have been Fahrenheit. But it doesn't matter because the Earth should be frozen. It ought to be frozen. So, because it's far enough away from the sun to be frozen. Now, the planet Mars, which is not a...
We are in the Goldilocks zone, mate.
Okay, the planet Mars is far enough away from the sun, and a similar distance as the Earth, close enough. And the planet Mars is frozen because it doesn't have enough atmosphere to trap heat. So
no,
it makes a big difference.
Frozen. It's not frozen. It lost its atmosphere for some strange reason.
Okay, Mars is frozen because it has solid carbon dioxide. Mars has solid carbon dioxide on the surface.
Right. Okay. Yes, man. They also have frozen water, just like the moon. But anyway,
Okay,
not something.
this is a weird discussion. I'm not going to have a weird discussion right now. I'm trying to make
Right.
another point.
Fair enough. I apologize, but anyway, when you equate what's going on here to Mars, I'd like to question in a narrative.
Okay, so you apologize for interrupting me, and you just keep interrupting me. Could you just be quiet for a minute? I was asked to explain this.
Right, fair enough, but I'm interjecting to understand.
Yeah, and I'm asking you to stop interjecting. I'm trying to answer a question, so stop interjecting until I'm done. Then you could actually have the floor. You wouldn't be interjecting at that point.
Right, okay.
Okay? All right, fine. Let's just take turns. I'm sure you're going to make an interesting point. I do want to hear it, but not right now. Just keep that thought, okay? So we've known for a long time that it's possible to heat the planet by changing the composition of the atmosphere. Now, we didn't think we were doing that in a big way until about the 70s. So we've had since then to continue doing what we've been doing, and we did. And so now the Earth's atmosphere is trapping heat. Now, people didn't know how that was going to play out because, well, we just didn't know. Well, we've never done this before. So we just didn't know. We had guesses, but we didn't know. And so all these changes, these heat waves and all the stuff that's happening right now was thought to be a ways out. And my favorite joke to tell about that is that the Met Office right there in the good old Blighty issued a paper some years back saying that someday the UK will experience temperatures up to 40 degrees C, and everybody was laughing and pointing fingers saying you're dumb. Here in the UK, it never gets above whatever 25 degrees C, and then 2 weeks later, after saying it's going to happen, it happened. You broke 40 degrees C for the first time.
It's been going on for quite a time, so I am not offending you. I'm not protesting you. Global warming, under current definitions, is definitely man-made. But like these other cunts try to say, global warming is a natural cycle. Well, this cycle's not natural at all.
Okay, that's fine. And that's an argument that people like to make, and I'm glad that you have fallen on the correct side of that argument, because not everybody does. So good for you. You have the Cougar seal of approval, if that means anything to you. Now, what's happening with this heat? Okay, fast forward to the present. What's happening with this heat is this came about 50 years too soon. 50 years too soon. And no one's ready. Not that they would have been ready if they'd known the exact date it was going to happen. There was very little anyone could do about this. You couldn't stop it. That's not going to happen. But you probably couldn't prepare either. This came on, it hit civilization, and civilization was never going to be able to cope with this, period. And now we're in the jaws of it. Now we're about to be chewed up and spat out. We have, right now, not known very many, but it's true, we have what's called a marine heat wave. The surface of the oceans, down to a significant depth, the surface of the oceans are now anomalously hot from pretty much all the seven seas. All the seven seas. Places like the Mediterranean, I think the latest I got it was 8 degrees C above what's normal for the Mediterranean Ocean this time of year. 8 degrees C? It's crazy.
I agree.
And the Gulf of Mexico and the Gulf of California and the Persian Gulf have been in the news lately.
Gulf of America.
I'm glad you're still calling it
Kenny,
because you can never change that. You can never change that. It's the Gulf of Mexico. You can't change that.
Anyway, he's trying to derail me. Kenny, sit down. Be quiet. Anyway, these bodies of water, including the Pacific Ocean, not so much the Atlantic, but definitely the Pacific, are in a marine heat wave. Then on top of that, is separate from that.
Which is the biggest ocean body in the world, the Pacific.
Yeah, what happens in the Pacific Basin is a big deal, okay? Because it's a lot of water moving around out there. And on top of the marine heat wave, which is really the whole planet, then there's an El Nino coming on, which is different. It's a different type of heating phenomenon that has been well studied. It's cyclical. It's quote unquote natural, if you want to call it that. It is cyclical. We've known about it for a long time. And this El Nino is shaping up to be an absolute destroyer. This is going to be off the fucking charts.
Cougar, may I interject again? Can you explain for those who don't know the difference between El Nino and El Nina, please?
Okay, I'll go one step further. I want to make a distinction between the marine heat wave, which right now is global, and El Nino, which is only happening in the Central Pacific at the equator. What the El Nino is it's half of what we call the ENSO, El Nino Southern Oscillation. It is an oscillating, like a pendulum on a clock. Okay, it ticks and it talks and it ticks and it talks between two phases. A cold phase called La Nina and a warm phase called El Nino. And what they are is that the La Nina phase is when the trade winds are blowing appropriately from east to west. They blow the hot air that accumulates at the equator to the west into India and Southeast Asia. And that gives them their monsoon rains. The hot water evaporates moisture in the atmosphere and then it rains out on India, Southeast Asia, Pakistan. So that monsoon is really important to them. That's their big weather patterns, the coming annual cyclical monsoons. Then the El Nino phase happens when those trade winds stop or even reverse. And how that happens is complicated. It's predictable, and they can, and there's Madden Julian oscillations, a bunch of other bullshit. You don't have to worry about it. It just happens.
Again,
so when it happens,
don't forget the Pacific Ocean is massive. But what is the most important current of all?
Anyway, trying to explain something. We'll get to that thought later. So then, when the trade winds stop, the hot water that has been shoved into basically a kind of a mountain, it's like 2 meters high, in the West Indies, the old West Indies that Columbus was trying to find, it then flows downhill back into the East Pacific, closer to Mexico and Central America. That wave of hot water is actually visible from space as a mass of hot water, and it sloshes back to the east. And this is not warming of the Eastern Pacific. It's a river of hot water flowing from the West Pacific into the East Pacific, and that's the El Nino phase. And when that water flows into the East Pacific, it changes atmospheric dynamics. The rising and the falling and the high and low pressures and the trade winds and everything else becomes disrupted or at least changed. And when that happens, because the Pacific Ocean is so huge, the changes that happen in the Pacific Ocean at the equator propagate around the planet. And certainly into places like Europe and Africa. So
would it be so quick to segue to what the fucking most important current is?
Are you talking about the AMOC?
No, I mean the north. The current that goes all the way around and goes all the way over the Atlantic Ocean and goes down the Channel, etc.
That's AMOC, and that's a different topic, and that's what we're talking about. But right now we're trying to focus on the heat. Okay, the AMOC is a different phenomenon. It's actually really important. It's another shoe that's going to drop. It's another thing that people said was 50 or 100 years out. It's another thing that's happening in our backyard right now. But let's just focus on the heat. So what's happening with the El Nino is that when all this hot water sloshes back to the east, it gets closer to the part of the world that we care about. And here I'm being a chauvinist and a Western chauvinist, okay? It gets closer to the North America, and the hot water gets closer to Europe. And that's all we care about. We don't care about India and Pakistan and Southeast Asia and East Africa. We don't care about those places. They can have their monsoons. Good for them. But when that hot water moves 3,000, 4,000 miles to the east of India, it starts to affect Southern California, North America. We have monsoons in North America, just like they do in India. And then it gets all tangled up with Europe. And so, to the current date, you have global heating, which has raised the baseline temperature of the planet significantly, like into dangerous territory. Then you have a marine heat wave, which is almost certainly caused by global heating. And then you have the El Nino, which is not caused by global heating, except that it's worse because of global heating. So it's not caused by global heating, but its intensity is due to global heating. And now the El Nino is ramping up. The indications are it's going to be absolutely breathtaking. People in this space are looking at what's happening in the Central and Eastern Pacific, and they're gobsmacked. They just don't know what to make of it.
It's like the dominoes falling, and we're all fucked, basically.
Well, let's just allow that first part. The dominoes are falling. We are probably fucked. Okay. Now I know I come on here. I say that all the time. I say it all the time, people, because it's all the time true. Okay. And people in the way of this thing, which is like most of Western civilization, is now in the front of this bulldozer. Most of Western civilization is going to be rocked. You're going to be rocked by this thing for the next 4 months. And then it peaks out in December. And right now, no one even is going to try and predict what happens after it peaks in December. We are off the edge of the map at this point.
I'm trying to talk about the next 4, 8, 12 years, mate. It's going to get, what the fuck is going on there? 8, 12, fucking
Well, you know, we have a couple of people.
Vanguard, for crying out loud, talk into your microphone.
We have.
Sorry. I was saying 4 months, try 4 years, try 8 years, try 12 years. Are we going to be able to cope with this at all?
Okay, yeah, and that's a really good point. I don't bring that up here much myself because that's a long-term prediction. But people in the news are now saying this, so I can say it too. This will be the coolest summer you can remember in 5 years. This only gets worse. And James Hansen, who is a leading climatologist, he's now retired, but he still has a team and he still does good work. He's saying that this El Nino is going to be so bad and so intense that it's going to alter the Earth's climatological system, the entire Earth dynamic system, and put it in a completely different configuration. And we will live with that for thousands of years. This is going to knock the Earth into a completely different side pocket. And I don't doubt him. I don't have any reason to doubt what he's saying. This is going to be intense. And where we end up next year, 2027 and 2028 and the years after, as you say, this will not be resolved for 1,000 years. It only gets worse. It never gets better. And it gets worse for hundreds of years. There is no cap on this.
We can already feel that, and those people who say, I've never felt anything like this before. Oh, it's just natural. It happens. Go fuck thyself. This is not natural. Sorry about that.
You know,
it's not
that's
natural.
fine. You know, go on my channel. Go on my YouTube channel and watch my videos. I say all the time.
Yeah.
Anybody wants to think this is natural and that this is going to be reverted and it's all a hoax, good luck. Good luck with that. Yeah. Because it's not true. Physics doesn't care. Physics doesn't care what we think.
I will sub to you, Cougar. Have I got a spanner? I don't know. Can you put your channel in the background? The back channel, Cougar.
It's just Cougar is a Doomer. Cougar is a Doomer. Go look it up.
I'll find it.
Yeah, you will.
Cougar is a Doomer. Yeah, man.
Cougar is a Doomer. And I haven't done videos lately. I've kind of given up. I'm writing a novel and I'm building other things. I have other things to do. But, you know, there's a lot of material on there and it's all current and it's all telling you that you're going to get out of the way of this thing. And people won't. They won't be able to get out of the way. They can't. There's nowhere to go. They have nowhere to go and no way to get there. And I guess we're going to find out what happens. We're just going to find out. We're going to find out the hard way, the way we learn everything, the hard way.
Oh.
Okay, I'm done. That's me. I was asked and I spoke and I'm done speaking. If someone has a question for me, I'll answer questions. Otherwise, I'm going to shut up.
Well, I absolutely love that. Sorry for the interjections, but it was important to, like, you know what I mean, talk a little bit more, in my opinion. Anyway, love that, Cougar. Thank you. Loved it. Thank you very much.
How about them Cowboys?
Oh, how about Belgium kicking America's arse and doing the YMCA, go fuck yourself, Trump, YMCA. Fucking brilliant. Sorry.
It hurts my feelings.
Do you guys care if I segue into some Bible tard stuff, lexicon about some of the stuff that Brandon and another person were saying? I don't know if DNW is still around, but he said okay on the other stream. So
That's fine with me.
okay. Yeah, the only thing that irks me, because I get where Brandon's coming from and people like Brandon. I don't know the username of the other fellow that was doing it, but he brought up Adadom, and it just drove me crazy because I have a whole wing of my family that is into that stuff, and it's one of the reasons I took a DNA test and found out that we do have some Jewish ancestry, which I'd already figured out from doing like research on our family and finding the people with the Jewish surnames and kind of the earmarkings of So, looking into this, it's very easily debunked. And it's funny, if they do want to be Bible scholars, it would help if they would really look at the languages. So the ruddy complected thing that they do, that's what that guy, and, Jack doesn't have very many people going over there doing that, but Brandon got on there. And then that other guy did do that there. And he brought up Adadom. And, this is like pseudo Hebrew. And I don't purport to speak Hebrew, but people that do talk about how it comes from words like Adamah, which means ground, and the earth and the soil, which is not about a complexion. It's not about him being red. They're conflating that with a point elsewhere in the Bible where David is called ruddy. And I think that's in 1 Samuel. It's the word admonai, I believe, and it means reddish or flushed or like a healthy color. So they would know how to say that about Adam, and they're not saying that about Adam. The word literally means he's from the soil or the ground, human from the soil. So, that's one of their things. And then they'll tie it into these other things that are also afactual, like the dual seed line thing. So, a lot of this is written in such a way where serpent, for example, is figurative. It's a deceiver. It wasn't a literal, like, sexual encounter between Eve and anybody. It's metaphorical. There's no sexual language. Genesis 4 talks about Cain's paternity, and the only paternity statement is Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain. There's no dual seed line thing explained. And of course, their belief is that she had the two twins were of two different fathers, and one is the devil, and that's where the Jews come from, basically, is what they're getting at. But they don't have the guts to answer that directly. They'll just allude to it online. And then when you flat out ask them, are you a Christian identitarian? Do you believe in British Israelism and all that stuff? They won't answer you, but they do. It's clear from their doctrine and their rhetoric that they do.
Wow.
Did you just say British Israelism? Wow.
Yep. See, that's another funny thing. Here's the thing, and I made some people really mad on the way back telling them this. So all of the Klan and all the Christian identity, white people or the true Jews stuff comes from Cromwell's England, and it was a lot of the leaders of that stuff were Jewish. And it was called British Israelism. They were trying to make white people and English people believe they were part of the 12 tribes to ingratiate themselves so that it would become kind of a thing where we'd all be together. You're one of our 12 tribes. And then it morphed into, no, actually, you guys aren't the true Jews, we are. And they also use those other Bible passages that they get wrong about Jesus in John 8 when he's talking to people saying, you are not from your father is Satan. Well, let's look at that conversation. Jesus is in a temple because he's a Jew, and he's talking to a group of freaking Judean religious authorities, temple legal experts, the factions that were trying to entrap him, and
well,
the groups.
The money lenders.
Well, and that's when he's turning over stuff in the, yeah. Now, this is the conversation in the temple, and he's, it's basically an intra-Jewish debate between Jews. And, so there he's telling them in this language, you are, and this is like, again, figurative language. Like they would say things like Abraham is our father. They're not talking literally. So he's talking about, your behavior is evil. It's not of the Father. He's not saying they're biologically sons of Satan. They do that in Revelations also. There's a passage there where it says, slander those who say they're Jews and are really of the synagogue of Satan. The word Jew in Greek, which is what that comes from, is ludeos. It means member of the covenant community. So back then, anybody could join the Jews. They weren't talking about ethnic Jews. Anybody that followed the Torah, that after 70 Common Era is when the biological rabbinic Judaism got started. So in the way back, a lot of people that were not ethnically Jewish, as you'd say, were Jews. And they would call them Jews if they behaved and acted and lived like Jews.
But can we go further back into English history, please, Emily?
Okay. I may not know so much about that.
Right. Do you know much about not the De Hesperia? Is it the first, second, I can't third? Is it the second day? Anyway, shall we just call it the De Hesperia by an English monarch in the the British Isles at the time? Do you know who that was?
I don't.
I believe it was Edward the First.
Mm-hmm.
But they were invited back when you just said, you mentioned Cromwell, and he invited them back. So I mean, why is there so many dispersers for like people who lend money to be controlling people? Why is that?
If you mean like, are you referring to kind of this world Zionist plot and also world British plot to kind of dominate the earth? Yeah,
I mean, who said it was the British? Who said it was the British?
Well, there have had to be. Let's face it, and I'm British partly. Like my test came out like 65% Great Britain, although I think they folded a lot of other ancestry into that. But I do have a lot of British ancestry.
Yes.
But no, the British have kind of done a good job of dominating a lot of places and having to have people say, "Hey, wait a minute, this is our land," you know. And
Yes.
that's just the way human history goes. People do that.
Indeed.
But yeah.
But it's all down to one thing: money and control. And who's the controlling factor of this money and control? Never mind the monarchies and the delusions and illusions of democracy or capitalism or communism in between.
Well, the World Bank, which America has a very large share of. Well, what would your answer be, Vanguard?
I've got no fucking idea. I'm still trying to figure it out. But some cunts in control, aren't they? Wow. Sorry about my language. I apologize, Emily. Sorry about that.
How are you doing with your goals?
Whose goals? Belgium scored. Belgium scored against America, beat America when America shouldn't have been there in the first place in the World Cup. My apologies. I'm talking about red cards and presidents calling FIFA up saying that wasn't a red card. Okay, President Trump, it wasn't a red card. That type of corruption. Capiche?
You know, BlackRock and Vanguard and all of those groups have like $24 trillion in assets or something like that. So that may be.
Well, first of all, I'm not that type of Vanguard. I'm no financial institutional wealth orientation fucking developers.
No, I'm referring to the people that are buying up all the houses. There's a lot of things going on in America that people don't know about with regard to, like, for instance, some states, they're creating situations where you won't have to pay income tax or property taxes. And people think, oh, boy, that's great. But it could be a way to devalue your property when they want to confiscate it for these pipeline projects and things, which is kind of scary.
Yeah, and data centers.
I totally agree. Even though I've never bought property in the US or even bought property here, it's very disgusting what goes on with these property buying deals, isn't it? Yes. And the fakery and fuckery with banks and mortgages, etc., etc., etc.
Can I point out this is a Wednesday gathering, not a Tuesday gathering for people? So,
Are you still here, Jesus? Sorry about that, mate.
No, I left an hour ago.
Right.
You know, in regards to the whole USA losing and them doing the YMCA thing, that hurts my feeling. We're supposed to win at everything.
Mate, come on! You can't win at everything, can you? You didn't even win the War of Independence. Now behave yourself. Come on, Andy.
Come on. We did with help. We got some help.
No, you didn't win it. It was a gentleman's agreement. Yeah, you have that, and we'll have this. That was all. Come on. Learn your history.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, man.
I didn't know that.
The original 13 colonies. Then you had to convince Napoleon for the Louisiana Purchase, and then you fucked over the Spanish on the West Coast. Come on. But we kept Canada. Oh, dear.
Hey, heat-related question. Do you guys, because DNW was mentioning being hot, do you guys have easy access to like portable AC to buy them and stuff, or not so much?
Yes, go outside.
Put it this way, it would be inadvisable to buy such a device.
Why so?
Yeah. Because you can be just smart and be naked for that couple of months.
Well, my house is
so
small.
hot.
Yeah, my house is small, so I didn't. It's been cooler, so I've left the back of the house air conditioned, and then the other day it got hot. So I know kind of what a difference that can make, you know.
And I have a different setup.
Sorry, go ahead, Jesus.
Yeah, I would say a different setup. I live on top of a mountain, so like the wind here, pretty cool with the weather. So I only got to keep the doors and windows open. That's our AC. The nature does it for us up here. But if that wasn't the case, I definitely want AC. Yeah, definitely. I couldn't be doing it down in London like DNW, and I don't know how they must roast on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But anyway, AC, air conditioning. Are you allowed to put them in your windows? You know, like those window units. Wow.
Yeah, everybody's got them.
What? I'm not talking about the UK because I don't know that.
Well, no, in the USA, I mean, in the USA, literally everybody has AC.
But I don't know about the legality in the UK because they might say that might drop in some twat's head and you're going to get sued.
If you don't own the building, yeah, I know what you mean. But the window
can
unit didn't affect anything.
Can I ask a question I don't know the answer to, but I'm really curious. It's relatable, and is that do we have any like green laws or something that say we can't do this because it takes too much energy and stuff in our country? Because they're all like a Green Deal piece or whatever the fuck it is. I don't understand it. I don't understand enough to talk about it, is what I mean. I'm not trying to be too ignorant. I'm just saying that, do we have laws in UK at all that govern that? If any of the guys from the UK understand that at all?
Well, Jesus, I can't add to my 2 cents worth. When everybody watches at Coronation Street or EastEnders and there's a break, but not on the BBC, they go put the kettle on. That's when Wales gets his chance to produce some power instantly. Capish? But I don't think the nation's infrastructure currently can accept half the fucking nation putting on AC. Do you know what I mean?
I just looked it up. It says you guys don't have any like anti-air conditioning bans or anything, but you have some strict refrigerant regulations and stuff, which means some of the units could be removed or prohibited in London,
Emily,
places like that. What?
Emily, I'm talking about AC is basically electrical, right? It's electrically driven. You have refrigerants, but it's electric. So when the country can't cope with half the country putting a kettle on at the same time, the country couldn't cope with everybody putting on AC at the time. Yes.
Yeah, and it said this too, and that ties into what you're saying, local planning enforcement in councils like smaller part areas like Camden and stuff. So yeah, that makes sense. That's really crappy.
Damn, that is crappy because it gets hot in the UK. I mean, it gets hot everywhere. I'm just saying. Like, I couldn't imagine being in this heat that I'm in Michigan right now with no AC. It would suck.
Yeah, man.
There's other options besides window units. Like I've seen people take a window unit AC, like the kind that's meant to be mounted in a window, and they set it on a drain pan, like in the middle of their house, inside the house, and just run a duct that pumps all of the hot air out the window, and they don't actually mount the AC in the window.
Sorry for coughing. I do apologize for spoiling people's ears. My apologies. Sorry about that.
No, you're okay. It didn't bother me at all.
But power consumption, like I said, when half the country puts on the kettle at one time during let's just say a soap opera, during the television breaks, and everybody puts the kettle on, mate, it almost brings the country's electrical grid to a halt if it wasn't for wheels, to be honest.
For Wales? Oh, the country. You confused me for a second. I'm like, what do whales do for the electricity?
Well, what they do, Harry, is an electrical bank, right? What they do when it's midnight, they've got a few reservoirs dotted up at the hills and mountains somewhere, right? And they pump that water up during the night when it's cheap, and when it needs to be, when the grid needs it, it releases all that water and it goes down and drives a turbine. That's what Wales does. Wales makes
awesome.
Wales makes the country's cup of teas when there's a soap opera break. Well done, Wales. We love you, Wales. We love you. Well done, Wales.
That is kind of a cool workaround to get a little extra energy, though. That's a good idea.
Yeah, Wales does it good, man. Wales, well done, Wales. Yeah, man.
Smart.
Yeah, man. It's all about elevation and drop, gravity, etc., etc., etc.
So is Wales higher in elevation than England? I didn't know that.
Well, Wales is full of hills. Come on, in sort of mountains.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I just wanted to.
Are you from England?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Emily.
No, no worries. Go ahead.
I was just asking if he was from England.
No, I'm actually Scottish Viking, but I live in England. But I have been to Wales many times. I've been all over the British Isles, believe it or not, and a few other places. Yes.
But no, yeah, I just wanted to come on and make that spiel because it's driving me nuts that it wasn't until the 20th century in the 30s and the 60s that like Wesley Smith and some of these other people got the British Israelism thing morphed into being basically the Klan in the United States. And it's totally unbiblical, and yet they're supposed to be obsessed with being biblical. So they don't answer you directly. So they're kind of, I wonder how they found these channels and kind of want to, you know, conflate things and bring that into the picture. It's odd.
Emily, I quite agree. Zionism in any form, no thank you.
I agree with you. But yeah, they it's so funny. They have Jew envy, literally. So it's weird.
Most people don't understand Zionism isn't just Israel and a certain type of Jew. It's also a certain type of Christian, especially evangelical Christians in America. Fuck yeah.
So,
I would actually argue that all Christians are technically, if you're an actual Bible believing Christian that follows the word of the Bible, you would be a Zionist as well. The Bible literally prescribes Zionism.
Right. I agree, but I also disagree, because there's a certain type of Christianity that wants to bring on the apocalypse, shall we say? They want the second coming, and that
be right back.
believes, come on, that's supposed to bring on the apocalypse, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
when
they
the
believe
Messiah comes back, he brings Judgment Day, kills all of the wicked, restores all of the Jews to Jerusalem. Everyone's all happy with the Torah.
Right.
And then Jesus can't sit on the throne until they establish that seat in Jerusalem too. Is their idea?
So Emily, what type of proper Christian's going to say, you bunch of people who stole stole Palestine, when God said you're not allowed to be here because you're supposed to wander the desert for 40 years and you didn't even do that, you are not entitled to be here under God's eyes. That's what it says in the Bible. They broke their covenant with God and it hasn't been mended.
Well, that's what the Jews and who are being beaten up in Israel right now would agree with you. And they're pretty brutally treated, the ones that don't support some of these political. They consider Zionism a political movement, not a religious one that represents them. So.
Anyway, I'm not being racist. If Jews want to go to Palestine because they were there before, well before the Nakba in 1948, but look at the Jews everywhere in all the Arab world. Ask them; they're not having a bad time.
I'm a Sephardic Jew. I'm a Sephardic Jew.
What? You don't look like one?
Do you know what a Sephardic Jew is?
What? Do you come from Ethiopia?
No.
What? South African Jew.
Do you know what a Sephardic Jew is? Sephardic Jew.
Right.
Spain.
Well, I've heard of it. Can you tell me more? Is your origins in North Africa more than the Mediterranean?
Some are in North Africa.
North Africa and Spaniard, yeah.
Right,
She's right. Emily knows her shit. You kind of don't really know what the fuck you're talking about. You have a teddy bear on a tank.
I just said
with
North
Chinese
Africa.
flags. You're like a communist.
Most people would include Spain in that and the fucking geographical shit at the time.
Are you a communist?
Yeah, he's right to include Spain.
Pretend.
He's right to include Spain. The Iberia Peninsula did include Spain. He's right.
So you don't really know your shit either. You just try to like talk over people. You don't know anything that you're talking about.
Right. I
Who are you
also
talking
said
to?
This guy that's up here, Andy, you know what you're talking about. This girl Emily, she knows her shit. These people over here, they're not really talking. This is like between us four. For the little bit that I've heard. This guy up here with the tank and the teddy bear that's trying to talk over everybody that he doesn't agree with. It's just like,
Don't stir him up. He's kind of struggling with himself. He does know something.
That's what low IQ Muslims they do. That's what low IQ Muslims they do.
Inshallah, mashallah. What?
I mean, you could marry your own family members. You could marry your own family members.
Shalom Shabbat. You're what? A Sephardic Jew? What the fuck?
What did you want to talk about, Aldi?
Man, it is what it is.
So tell me about the Ashkenazi Jew.
That's my ancestry. My family's Ashkenazi.
Right.
They're just a group of...
Andy, I don't mean to interrupt, but
no, go ahead.
My ancestors are Sephardic, but I grew up in a Catholic household. So I'm like pretty much Catholic and siding on towards Christianity. It's basically the same thing, except Christianity believes in not as many people as Catholic people. Yo, can you let people finish, man? If we're having a conversation,
come on. But
you know, Muslims, bro. Muslims. I know how Muslims want to take over the world, and they want to
no need for that. Hey, Vanguard, let him finish, okay? Vanguard, let him finish.
Shalom, Shabbat shalom.
Well, at the end of the day, what I've observed and what's going on in the world is Muslims and Jews, they're kind of like a bad breakup. They kind of don't want people siding over them or siding over other one. You guys won everything. So you're kind of jealous because of the Jews, because they've taken over everything and they own everything.
You said that, not me. You said that, not me. So you're saying
I'm
Jews
just telling
own
you, it's the truth.
Well, that's anti-Semitic. If you go to the Jewish fucking Defense League, whatever it's called, or the anti-defamation fucking what? Change the parameters and go what?
It's anti-Semitic for saying that the Jews run everything.
The Jews
That's
control
anti-Semitic.
Not your kind, Aldi. The Ashkenazi, maybe, but not the Sephardic.
Yeah, but
you
but
lot
it's
are.
not. It's DNW. Good to see you, by the way. But listen. It's not anti-Semitic for saying that the Jews run the world. It's not anti-Semitic at all.
Well, it's also not
Thank you
true.
for saying that. Thank you
The
for saying
richest
that.
man in
Because
the world
if you,
is not Jewish.
if,
Yeah,
no, he's not.
most of
He's
the
a
money is
dickhead.
owned by Protestants and Saudis. Like a majority of the money that in this world is
Why
Protestant Christian.
Anglo-Saxon Protestants
But
do
what
a
if he's
fine
not
job of
talking about
amassing
money?
wealth,
What if he's talking
and
about power?
Arabs, the Arabs.
You talking
If you
about
said
money?
Hollywood, it makes sense. Hollywood, you'd be telling the truth. For
Well,
sure.
and yeah, well, yeah, in the
tell
entertainment
me when.
business and the sports business,
Anyway,
a lot of that.
anyway, Audi.
Tell.
Hold on, I'm
Audi,
just,
Audi.
I'm
Right,
just,
no,
what?
I've
Go
got to
ahead,
finish
DNW.
this.
Audi
I
speak.
have to. DNW, come on away. DNW, please.
Go ahead. What's going on?
Right, can I finish? So you, being anti-Semitic, is admitted, because I've said the Jews control so much, but I got called an anti-Semitic. You're saying Jews control the world, and I'm anti-Semitic. What the fuck? And I'm not even Muslim?
I've never called you anti-Semitic. I've never called you anti-Semitic one time.
Who said you did? I just
I
said
think
for what
this
you
conversation
said.
is what you get when two blokes are knocking back cans on the internet.
Is that what it is?
Right.
I want to
put it
bring
this
OE
way.
in. OE has been waiting patiently. I don't know what he wants to say, or if he wants to say anything, given the current conversation. But we are waiting for somebody to speak sense.
Yeah, I don't really necessarily want to involve myself in this kind of bullshit right now, but I do want to just talk really quickly about. Dundar, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, is your name OE? Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to involve myself in a lot of this bullshit, but what I will say related to what Emily was talking about in Brandon, the problem with the Brandon character is that he espouses things as facts that have been thoroughly refuted. He cites Ron Wyatt as a credible source for proof of the Bible's claims about different things like the Exodus narrative, the global flood, shit that we know has not happened. We can literally test these things and we can refute them scientifically. We're using empirical evidence, historical evidence, archaeology, so on and so forth. And Brandon doesn't care about this. He doesn't care about the truth. And he's also, as Emily said, using his beliefs to promote a lot of things that we know are harmful, objectively harmful. So I think that needs to be addressed. Andy, I think you were being too generous and too gracious today when you backed off some of your comments. And that's not for me to tell you how to live your life, brother, but I just feel like I think you were spot on yesterday. You said it like it was. You got to call some of this bullshit out sometimes. All right, guys, you can go back to your whatever conversation.
What are you referring to, Daniel? I don't remember.
Brandon, the King James onlyist, flat earther, young earth creationist who wouldn't know the truth if it fucking ran him over. That guy. And you were really pretty firm with him yesterday. And again, I'm not trying to be overly critical of you because I respect your humility that you're trying to display and that you are displaying today by backing off some of your statements. But I think you gave him way too much credit in the process. You can acknowledge your own lack of patience in any given situation without giving credibility to a known liar.
Well, I wouldn't say that Brandon's a liar. That's why I said those things to him. I think that Brandon is genuine with what he says. He's just wrong. He's wrong about a lot of
He's intentionally conveying information that we know to be false. That's literally the definition of lying. I don't care how genuine he is about it. He's literally saying things that are false, and he's saying that they're not false.
I agree that we know, but I don't think Brandon is convinced of that. Like, I think Brandon thinks they're not false.
Could I back
think
Andy
Brandon's
up
a bad
here?
actor.
I do think I will back Andy up here a little bit. People who are brainwashed do the most amazing mental gymnastics. So he may not be able to see things objectively, basically.
Well, I agree with you, sister. Absolutely. I know for a fact that we cannot control what we believe. So we do need to extend a certain amount of grace to people who believe things that are just untrue, because we can't control what we can believe, but we can control the information that we allow ourselves to be exposed to. Right. And he literally will walk away or run away from anything that provides evidence against his claims. He refuses to actually engage. It's intellectual. It's being intellectually dishonest. So I think there's a bit of agency that he's displayed. So I don't think we can just hand wave it away and say, well, he's got cognitive dissonance here.
You explained that well.
Yep, I don't mind him being espousing it actually. But what bothers me is I directly confronted him in the chat in Jack's show. I said, "Are you a believer in Christian identity, dual seed line?" I did that several times. He completely ignored me and answered other people. So they are not only are they intellectually dishonest, but they also obfuscate what they're really about. That's the part that bugs me. If he just straightforward answered me like, "Yep, Jews are seed of Satan. This is what I believe in," blah blah blah, that would be at least honest, intellectually honest and straightforward with his bullshit. So, but he's not.
Exactly. And I agree with you, but I think that, and I'm not trying to be too hard on you, and I'm not trying to be too hard on Andy either, because I have a lot of respect for Andy. I've spoken very highly about the brother. I had him on my own channel, had a great interview with him. And he and I spoke to A's on his channel before. So Andy knows, I think, that I have a lot of respect for him, but I do think that we shouldn't give bad actors too much of a leash, because it is intentional. Now, there's a difference between being intellectually limited, right, to have neurodivergencies or whatever type of learning disability some people suffer from, and people are indoctrinated into these religious beliefs or political beliefs or whatever it might be.
Mental illnesses as well. Mental illnesses.
Sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a mental illness. Yeah, that would be another way of putting it. So I think we do need to be fair, but fairness requires treating all like cases alike.
Do you see all the stuff that like Sneeko says? Like people on Twitter and all the weird bullshit that stuff is happening too. Like,
I do.
No, I'm not.
Also weird as well.
I have no idea who even you're talking about, to be honest. I try to avoid a lot of this stuff because I'm an independent centrist, and I think both the left and the right here in America are absolutely batshit crazy. I'm an agnostic atheist.
There's
I think
wrong
the religious
people in the left and the right. I mean, I respect what you believe in. To me, I think like you believing in whatever you want to believe is your own personal thing to believe in. It doesn't matter what people think. It is what it is.
Thank God Kenny's here.
Yeah, I can get down with that, which is why I'm not an anti-theist. I think that diversity is really important. But I think there's a difference between acknowledging someone's freedom and well-being, which means allowing them to choose what they do and don't want to believe in or engage in. But we have to draw lines where, the old saying is your rights end where my rights begin, kind of a thing, right? So if they're telling children the earth is only 6,000 years old, the earth is flat, you can't trust science because science has been wrong, you have to trust the Bible, when the Bible is demonstrably false in so many ways. That's where it gets to be dangerous and harmful, in my opinion, because kids don't have, and vulnerable people don't have an opportunity to really question these things that other people are telling them, right?
I wouldn't say anything in those red words in the Bible are demonstrably false.
Well, we could have that conversation. I'm actually at work right now, so I'm mostly just here to listen. But I did want to. DNW called on me, and I wanted to jump in while I had a chance. I didn't mean to take over the conversation, but this was relative to what was being talked about before, which is why I actually joined. But I'll listen to you guys hash all this out. And again, Andy, I hope you realize, brother, I'm trying to be as respectful and fair as possible when I say this. I'm trying to offer a constructive criticism, not to just come up here and bash you or belittle you.
No, you're good. Criticism accepted. I appreciate it.
You should just suck his dick already, OE.
Okay.
OE also forgot to mention
Audi, you will be kicked off. You know that. Don't start your shit.
Stop being weird at TW. All right, go ahead, Johnny.
Right. By the way, you were talking about these Sephardic people.
By the way,
did you know Christopher Columbus apparently was a Sephardic Jew?
Well, I have
in this house, he was an Italian hero.
I'm related to Christopher Columbus.
You look like you're related to Gaddafi.
I wouldn't brag on that shit, man. He did some horrible shit when he got here.
Gaddafi.
Okay, guys. I think tomorrow we will have a women-only Wednesday. Okay.
Yeah.
Now there aren't many women, but I thought
Emily, Kenny,
we
OE,
could leave the show
and Andy.
We could have the show.
All
got
women
a pencil
panel.
skirt out.
We need some feminine influence. There's a lot of.
It's going to be 6 hours of them trying to figure out what to have for dinner, and then they just eat some pickles and crackers.
They'll start talking about their pets.
You'll see, Kevin. I mean, it's somewhat of a social experiment. But Emily, are you around tomorrow, Emily?
I'll try to be. It depends on when you do it and when
it's
my
up
last
to
meeting
you.
runs.
I'm not going to tell you when to do it because that would be
Emily
me telling
has
you
a
what to
date
do.
with the black guy
And,
tomorrow,
and I want to
bro.
give women.
No, it's gonna
Sorry,
make
she
it
I want to
better.
give women the
come.
reins tomorrow.
I am that
Dude,
black
no,
Emily,
guy.
Emily,
You
you're
Really?
calm
following me on
down.
X.
Stay out of my
DNW.
business.
DNW.
Emily, send me a
Okay.
message on X. And by
Okay.
the way, any of you women, bring other women because we don't have many women here. We have a few. We have a few in the chat now. But if you can bring some other women along who frequent these panels, and it will
He's
be interesting.
trying to have a
In the
what?
spirit, by the way,
Ah.
in the spirit of finding Gnosis, trying to find out what is happening and what we should be doing. Simple as that. That's the only two questions. See where it goes with the women in charge. I would be interested.
DNW.
I'll invite my mom.
DNW.
Yes.
Tomorrow I'm going to let one of my Tinder bitches log in with my account then, all right?
That'll do.
Okay, okay, Kenny. No problem.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sure she'll have a lot to say.
We all know, Emily, you're going to have to police it. We all know what's going to happen tomorrow. There's going to be people coming on pretending to identify as women, pretending to be feminine energy when really they're nothing but, toxic masculinity. It
Now, let me
might
play
happen. I'm just saying it might happen.
Let me play devil's advocate. Are you going to have a blacks only day? I mean, why do women get singled out for a women only day? Why do we need that? I can.
We can do.
Joe Cool on here by yourself.
Why not? Why not? We might do that. I'm open.
Well, let's do the blacks only then, too, man.
Joe Cool monologue.
I'll bring
But
some
is this-
friends.
in America, you have the one drop rule, don't you? So it might be we can all be black, really, because
Yeah,
all our
technically,
ancestors were black.
everybody,
All
yeah,
my
motherfucker
ancestors
black.
were black.
Oh,
If
yes.
you go back far enough,
Let's have a MAGA only day. A MAGA only day. Yeah.
You do one motherfucker there, Kenny. You.
I want to read someone out for a book if that's all right, and I want to read it
Leave me
out
alone.
uninterrupted, and then I'll listen to the feedback after. All right.
Anyway, tomorrow we're having Women Only Wednesday, and Emily, women take the reins for a few hours, maybe whatever they can muster, and if it all gets too much, you can open it up eventually. But at least at the outset, it will be women only. Go ahead, Kenny. What were you saying?
Hold on, I want to say something to Emily. When these things happen, I go over there because some of these women are pretty bright, and I can't wait to see them get together. And when they get together, they talk about, I want to say nonsense, but I don't want to be rude. They never reach like they do, right? And this is the Finding Gnosis show, man.
Right.
Make it look good, because cats like me gonna be watching to see if y'all talk about recipes of wisdom.
I mean, I'm not much for the panelverse. I only go on these two shows, and I've been on Objective Ethics, so I don't know other women in the panelverse to that degree. So I know there are some smart women in the chat. There's some people also that conceal their identity, and I don't know whether they're male or female.
Lindsay Smith, she's bright.
Hey, what about trans women? I know
Hey,
Melanie.
okay, guys, let me cut and come on.
Melanie has a
DNW
lot.
said I could start reading out, and then 3 people have jumped in before me. Let me read
Oh,
this.
sorry, Jenny.
Yeah,
My apologies.
that's all right. Thank you.
I was just answering DNW, and Joe said something in between there. So
I know, but it was going to take on a mind of its own, so I had to get in here.
Sure.
Okay. Western political culture has morphed in recent decades. Traditionally, conservatives have been preoccupied with individual freedom, lower taxes, smaller state, immigration, and law and order, while progressives have typically focused on fairness, public services, the welfare system, international solidarity, and collective bargaining. Now, however, a new set of priorities is in the ascendance on the left. Concerns about race and identity, diversity and inclusion, colonialism, slavery, sexual equality, and transgender rights have grown exponentially, particularly among the graduate classes who sit at the top of our institutions. The right, meanwhile, has responded by railing against wokeism, figured wrongly as a struggle against colonial white supremacists. The Palestinian plight hits at the sweet spot in the culture war. In their thirst for a real-life bogeyman, Israelophobes craft a Jewish nemesis. The cause has grown so potent that it is now an entry card into liberal society. It's hard to imagine friends of Israel being truly welcomed by progressives even if they happen to be dyed-in-the-wool socialists. If this was only about concern for Palestinians, when the Assad regime dropped barrel bombs on a Palestinian refugee camp in the southeastern Syria, or when Hamas subjected its own citizens in Gaza to arbitrary detention, torture, and other ill treatment, the use of excessive force against protesters, as Amnesty International put it, there would have been howls of protest. When Israel attacked terrorist strongholds in Gaza, tens of thousands rallied in London and New York. When Assad attacked Palestinian communities in Yarmouk, nothing. The frequent atrocities that take place elsewhere in the Islamic world, from Yemen to Iraq, really attract attention. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that progressives aren't too outraged about dead Muslims unless Jews are doing the killing. In the new world of identity politics, victimhood is seen through an ideological prism. The underdog will be championed with boundless energy, but only if it is the right underdog. There's no point wasting energy at a rally for Tigrayans, for instance, because both aggressors and victims are Ethiopians. So it isn't going to advance the struggle against structural racism. And there's certainly no point lamenting murdered Israelis when they are crudely categorized as white. This helps explain why Palestinian plight has achieved such totemic status, while other injustices, from the Rohingya genocide to the persecution of democratic activists in Iran, pass almost unnoticed. Campaigning against the Burmese, Iranian, Chinese, or North Korean regimes has limited value in the culture wars. In other words, it's not about the Palestinians, it's about the perpetrators. It is about the supposedly powerful and privileged. It is about the Jews.
That was the only thing that Arthur got right in the end, and I don't like whoever he is. Let me go in on him a little bit. He acts like these things are a mystery, therefore I must conclude this. Not if you start off with the one guy is the obvious aggressor. Now it falls logical that people are gonna side with the guy who's being bullied more. Now all of those things sound logical and likely. The dude never even thought that from the outset the shit could be uneven. So, and another thing, all I see, I go to so many protests, them leftists bleed at every fucking thing. Every one of them causes I've been to protests on the left for. They were doing the Ukraine shit before fucking Trump attacked Israel. So they trumpet every fucking war and wrongness and shit. And you made them sound good because of the way you compared them to the right. You only gave like 2 or 3 things on the right hand side and a whole bunch of shit on the left. That's why I already assumed the guy with the writer was biased. I don't know. It was a highfalutin piece meant to confuse people, get an agenda across. Sound intelligent, but he really was trying to he's doing the same bullshit identity politic nonsense he was clowning and railing about in this article.
It's true. I say we just nuke the entire, nuke everywhere from Dan to Beersheba. Hit them all. Fuck it. Kill the whole Holy Land. Take it away so they stop fighting over it.
Yeah, if you had a motherfucker radioactive for the next 1,000 years.
Yeah, fuck it. Good. Make it radioactive. Well, nobody can go there anymore and they have to get over it. Or we could just let them have it so they keep killing each other for another 1,000 years.
I think us as Americans were basically content with that, with our stay-at-home policy. And I myself think these motherfuckers crazy sometime. And I don't want to get invested in it. But, if you take the time and look, because it's usually because I make friends on the internet and you find people who live there in those situations, you can't help but bleed for them. I'll give you one that I was totally unaware of. that the president of Ukraine over there put those racist fucking that group in charge of one of the armies, and they were shooting their own civilians, man. Somebody in Europe over there told me that. One of my British buddies had told me that shit. Then I started finding the videos on that. They was hurting motherfuckers as bad as the Russians were.
I believe it.
Jews are beating other Jews right now. I've got a large Twitter feed with them showing and beating the hell out of them for protesting the war. And Kenny said I couldn't prove up anything that I said in the chat on Jack's. So I sent him a bunch of links and he blocked me immediately. And I used all Jewish sources. So here's two regarding October 7th that they had knowledge beforehand. That was written by the Jerusalem Post. You know, I didn't just send him a bunch of Hamas links like he would have liked. The Hannibal Directive, they now have confirmation from the military itself that the Hannibal Directive was used. And what that is, it means that they want to maximize casualty by killing their own people. And they proved up that a lot of those people that were zip tied and found burned, the only reason that happened was when overhead bombs were dropped on houses. These were going to be hostages, they wouldn't have zip tied them to burn up the house. So they were going to take them out of the house and take them back over to Gaza, but they didn't make it out. And that's killing your own people. The death of Yasser Arafat and all the questions, and they did the autopsy and they showed that he was poisoned. The death of Itzhak Rabin and the rise of the right-wing Jewish extremism. The other assassinations carried out by Israel. Let's see, the ICJ saying Israel's an illegal occupation. And then, those were the links I sent him. And they sent me one of an Arabic. Let me see what this link is that he sent me. It's a Christian Arab serving as commander in the IDF's Golani Brigade. So he's one of their apologists that works, that is in Israel, serving and everything. They stayed there so they wouldn't lose their land, and I could have certainly answered that. He said he was going to send me more, but instead he blocked me. So, yep. He doesn't like to debate. He likes to dictate.
Now, Joe, I'm sorry, but brother, did I hear you say that America, by and large, has a stay-at-home policy? I feel like there's no way you just said that.
No, that's what Trump wrote in the office. Stay out of other people's business. Those leftists already fucking with wars abroad, and we're gonna stay at home. That's exactly what I'm referring to.
That Trump's okay. Yeah, we know Trump's a liar. That's one of my biggest issues with Trump. I'm an independent centrist, so I'm not all to the left either. They fuck shit up just as bad as the people on the right have, in my opinion. But America is definitely does not have a stay-at-home policy. I mean, we could go literally from World War I, World War II, Korean War, Vietnam, fucking 9/11. I mean, it's just one after the other. Iran,
somebody
where proxy
put the
wars
numbers to it.
all the way through there.
90-something% of the time since U.S. inception, we've been at war. So it'd be hard to win that argument.
Surprise me at all.
Let me get in 1 second. Let me get in 1 second, guys. 1 second. Emily, I never blocked you because of what you sent me on X. I blocked you because in the comments I seen that you were Chickpea's cheerleader when she was being a nasty fucking cunt.
I didn't see that whole
Now think about it. If I was Imperius's cheerleader when he was sexually harassing you, how would you like it? Right? That's why you got fucking blocked.
Okay, can I answer you? I didn't see what she said. I got in on the conversation when you were yelling at her to go die, basically, which she's 70-something years old, so I didn't know what happened. I knew y'all had an argument. I don't know what she said to you. Maybe it was something inappropriate, but I agreed with her about socialism. I didn't say anything about you. So that's the end of that.
And we'll all gather around the fire and sing Kumbaya.
Yes. I like Kenny. I don't have a problem with Kenny. I just don't agree with
I
Kenny.
like his singing. I think his views are stupid as fuck, but I like his singing.
He's entertaining.
Jack, good to see you, brother. Welcome.
Hey, thank you.
Jack, I don't want to clash with your show tomorrow, but we're doing a women-only Wednesday here tomorrow, so
I love it.
I don't know what time you're going live at, but could you bear that in mind for Emily, because she's going to be doing it.
Yes.
What time do you think you'll go live tomorrow?
Me? I'd like.
No.
Oh, him. Sorry.
Sorry. Well, Jack first. We don't want to. All right. Whichever. Go on.
Emily. Yeah. What are you thinking?
Well, I would need it to be kind of later, so I know Jack, you run a little bit earlier. So, yeah, like 6 or 7 for this one, I guess, if that works.
Okay. What time zone are you thinking, though? 6
I'm
or 7
Central.
is Central.
Central.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, so then my normal time
Yeah, that way it won't affect yours.
would probably work out. Okay. Perfect. And I love it. I'd love to support the panel. I think that'd be pretty fun.
But
Yeah,
you
no, I just
did
didn't want
tell
them
me
to
that
clash, you know.
women aren't that smart, Jack. And you told me that.
I used to think that.
I think
He never told me that, by the way. He never said that to me.
Mandel says she could do 7 ES Eastern time. Yeah, is that all right? I mean, I know nothing about American time, so
That'll be
Is
6
that-
our time, so my time.
is that all right?
Is that 6 Central?
Yes.
It is. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, is that okay then? Do you want to do it then, Emily?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
All right. Well, I'll try and work out what time that is, and I'll schedule it for you. Okay.
Okay.
7 Eastern time, right? Okay.
I'm gonna send some women some link and try to get you some help get you some women over here at BMW. I know some smart girls.
I'm sure we will be inundated.
It'd be great.
Not that many smart women out there.
Hey, that joke Joe said, I have to admit, my past, I used to look down at women and think they didn't know that.
They still, hey, I'll still sit on them. I'll be that guy. Most men try to figure out puzzles, and most women fucking create problems, man.
I don't know. Look, Joe, you have to appreciate there's a lot of women that are condemned to be observers. They haven't got the ability to be as physical as a man, and so they watch and they learn. And I think in that observation they can become deeper thinkers because the men are so busy being on the front line.
It doesn't show. Who was that? Solomon said, among wise men I found, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit, I found 1 in 10,000. Among wise women I found none. That chase for knowledge and stoicism and shit is rare amongst men and women. I think it's more rare among women. And the ones who seem to achieve it be stud broads who are far from feminine. If you find a beautiful woman that's stoic and appreciates you challenging her or criticisms, it's rare among anybody. But a chick, you marry her, bro.
I think you have to realize how you're treated if you walk into a room of people that really don't want you there thinking. I mean, it is a unique experience, and it would be like you could make it racial. You could say, I remember reading about a guy who became an astronaut, and he was black, and he went to the library to get books, and they're like, "What do you need these science books for?" And he became, of course, one of the greatest astronauts ever. But he had to deal with, being treated like garbage. So, and then I feel the same way about women when I watch The View or something, and you're retarded. And I'm like, I don't identify with them as women.
I know you wouldn't. There's
What I mean?
also a good story about the Boston Marathon compared to your Black Library story, where they didn't want any women to run. So they had some quack doctors who were certified, supposed to be real doctors, say if women ran that far, their insides would fall out of their vaginas. And this is the reason they were giving. And that one girl, I'm sure you've seen the footage, she was like, forget that. She put on a number. She ran, and the guy tried to grab her. And her boyfriend, who was a football player, tackled her and was like, run! And she ran the entire distance, and they had to open it up to women. It's a great story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, obviously there are differences in men and women in all kinds of ways, but, intelligence, and I believe in a meritocracy. Brain wiring is different between different people. There are people also that are not smart, book smart. They're not smart in certain ways, but they're like, if I talk to a mechanic and they know everything about a car, I'm like, okay, this guy is smarter than me on this level. He doesn't speak a bunch of languages and doesn't read a lot of books, but he knows what he's talking about and has an understanding of mechanics that I don't have. So,
Jack has an intuitive flow of nature, God, and all of that stuff. I think I'd crush him in some type of fucking test, or logic. I think I could thrash him, but I gotta admit, he might have it intuitively. I had to work for the shit he seemed to come up with Tuesday morning before the show. I've had to work for years.
Well, I'm sure Jack has put the work in, and I would say, Emily, there's so many of these stereotypes that have been actually refuted when we study neuroscience and psychology. We find out that it's the environment that people are raised in, you know, the things that the things that we presuppose that we put on our children has fed so much into these stereotypes. I think that at the end of the day, people are people. And while there are some traits that women tend to be better at, like with empathy, for example, that doesn't necessarily mean that men can't have empathy or that women can't have intelligence or good analytical thinking. So I just think that so much of this gets put forward because we just didn't have the science behind it. And I think that we buy into a lot of shit and we predispose our children to believe
I
this. And we
like
raise
that
them in
part
certain
of
ways
your
that girls got
argument.
to wear pink and the boys got to
That's
wear
the part of
blue
your
and the girls can't have
argument.
fire trucks and stuff. So,
If you
you know,
take
I
that
just
into
think that we create
consideration,
this monster.
if you take that part alone into consideration, that you preoccupy, not you per se, preoccupy young girls with Barbie dolls and nonsense. Well, I'm calling it nonsense. And you flood them with examples of chicks who are airheads and shit out of popular people and all of that bullshit. That alone could account for 90% of that shit where they never ventured into the more quizzical aspects.
Let's read Kenny's comment. If women ruled the world, we'd still be in twig huts made out of elephant shit and watching our breaths in front of us. Here's the thing. Like, I
They'd
don't
be
even have a
clean as
problem with it.
fuck, Kenny.
I don't even, you know what, Kenny? I don't even have a problem with that. Men are brilliant and men have done amazing things. I do think we, you know, don't even recognize some of the creations of women because, you know, we stopped talking about anything that they ever did. They kind of got folded into a patriarchal
Do
society.
you know what, guys? Sorry to interrupt. Can I just say, yeah, isn't it fucking ironic that the guy who's always criticizing Iran's misogynistic fucking regime literally comes up on here and he literally parrots shit that's pretty much online with the Taliban's rhetoric? Like, that's exactly what the Taliban would say. Oh, if women, we can't allow women in power and all this. You know what, Kenny? You're just a clown, man. I can't take you seriously. Also, D&W, can I just say, what is up with this woke bullshit? Like, with all due respect, why the fuck do you need a women's only day? You don't need a black only day. You don't need a trans only day. Just let human beings all come together and talk. You don't need to assign privileges to people. It's just fucking ridiculous, man. Sorry, guys, carry on.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you,
input.
Russ. That's gone in one ear and out the other.
What kind of rebuttal is that?
I'm just saying, it's going to happen. But I appreciate your point of view. I do actually appreciate you. You are actually right, more right than wrong.
But the thing is, right?
In many ways, you're right. There is no need for it. There is actually no need for it. And in actual fact, it might set a bad precedent.
Yeah, it will
because
actually,
it might create a
I could
system
think
where
of
people want to be
because what happens
recognized
is when you
for
create
some
a black only
arbitrary
panel.
reason. Sorry?
So sorry, when you host a blacks only panel, then there'll be a call for the inverted, a whites only panel. And it's funny because Patriotic Front went on a march recently in Washington, D.C. So this is the problem I have with the left. I think OE was talking about it as well. So wait, hang on a second, Joe. So basically, if the left can do all of this shit, then you can't stop guys like Patriotic Front from going out. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's just two sides of the same coin. One's far left, the other's far right.
Sorry, you just sold me on the idea, though.
I know this is going to be a problem tomorrow. I was going to say all those things are ideologies. Women aren't an ideology, but of course, this could be. I feel this will be a matter that will be discussed tomorrow. What is a woman? But anyway, I don't want to pollute people's minds with my ideas. So I'm just interested to see what happens organically. But Russ, I do understand your concern, and you know what? I get it. I get it. But again, I don't know. I have to backtrack because, as I said, it could be that women are women, and you know the ideology of like supremacy and white supremacy, black supremacy. That's an ideological thing. But then again, what is a woman is up for grabs as well in a lot of respects. But we'll see what happens.
I respect that you're the host. Sorry, Joe, I just want to get in there one last. I respect that you're the host, but it just feels like to me like this type of thing, it just polarizes people. It puts people into brackets. And one of the things I really liked about your show was, even I've changed my mind, which is, you know what, if we have like racists and incels or incel racists like Imperius. Bring them on the show and we'll spank them intellectually. You know what I mean?
But is it
it's
not
like we're
also good to let people have a platform to see what they're going to say? And then, by the way, Russ, the plan is other people can join eventually. It's not going to be women only for the whole show. Women initially, and then eventually everyone can join, because there will be things said and discussed that others might want to have a say in. So other people who identify as this, that, or the other can join afterwards, during the show, sorry, and discuss with the women. Points raised.
If I could, I agree with what you said, that there's so much inherent bad in there. I myself preach against, the all black channel was a bad idea. I preach that myself. However, now I see at least a small percent of ways that something could go right and be beneficial. And it's also logical because there's a season for everything. It may be unwise to have a fucking, a white month, black month or something like that, but something like this as an experiment, you have the chicks up there first, see what they talk about, and then everybody pile on and say the blacks, the Jews, whatever a person thinks they are, have them talk amongst themselves and then open it up. That doesn't seem harmful anymore.
I think it's an interesting way to go, and I think it will be beneficial. I think we can have, for example, some of those panels, Joe, those black-only panels, if they want to come on here and do a black-only panel and then open it up to others afterwards, I think
would
that's
love
beneficial.
to, man. And
you're going to see something
but here's
different,
the
though,
thing,
with the black
DNW. Here's the
panel
thing,
versus
DNW. Will you do a
No,
whites
hold on,
only
Ross.
panel?
Ross, hold on, brother. Ross, hold on, brother.
You
You're going to see
must.
something.
You must.
You're going to see
must.
something different, because there's a dynamic. We see this when we study sociology. There's a dynamic when you have a group of women in a room or a group of men only in a room, and then you introduce the opposite sex into the room. We've studied this. It's really fascinating stuff, and you're going to see it happen. You're going to see it happen tomorrow. We're seeing it happen right now. Somebody like Emily is on this panel. The whole energy level of the panel with all these men who would normally be popping off and this and that. There's some, the dynamic of what's the masculinity takes a step down, because we are we're recognizing the female presence. So we study this in psychology. So this women only, men only is an interesting experiment. But when you blend the sexes, you're going to see a complete shift in the dynamics.
Is it inherently
I
negative or
understand
positive,
that, but
or you're
it's
just making an observation?
So look. You see, Ross, you are right, but it's not. The thing is, it's not. We're not creating echo chambers. We are watching. We are participating in the live chat, and also at the end of the show, maybe 3/4 of the show will be women only. Then a quarter of the show, however long people want to go on for, will be everybody on the panel talking to the same women that were on the panel before that. And again, if we do this in other areas, whatever the personal identification, whether it's Christian, Jew, Black, Indian, Muslim, Jehovah Witness, I still think that is interesting. I still think that helps us all connect, because it's better they do that with an open invitation to discuss matters afterwards than talking to themselves in isolation away from us.
But you know what? Again, I respect your decision, but I just disagree, because the thing is, like, if you look at the world right now, right, even race relations, right, I believe we're regressing so rapidly. Like, for example, with all this wokeism and DEI and all this far left pushing, you literally have white people who have just had enough, right? And now they're going to their own fringe of saying, you know what, we want white only towns. We
Go
want white
back to
only
your
this.
country.
No, but here's the thing, right? So if black people are going to come on, and it's not just blacks, Jews, whatever, and they're going to say, oh, we need our own space. So then when white people say the same thing, you can't stop them from doing that. And then you see the problem with this is DNW is it's very polarizing. It pushes people away into groups when instead you should be saying, you know what, if you're from this background, don't feel shy, come on. Rather than saying,
I know, but this thing is,
because what you're doing is you're reinforcing those negative mindsets of, because I belong to this group, I don't belong there. When it's like, no, you need to come out of your shell.
Could I say something about that?
Can I just say one thing in reply, Emily? Okay,
sure.
He is right, but that he's not completely right, because you are reinforcing the stereotype perhaps by giving them an initial opportunity to talk. You're giving them a platform, but that's not all you're doing. You're cracking the egg and you're making them mix with others, so other people will mix with them afterwards, and it's not as if
Good point,
they won't
NW.
be answerable to the points they make.
Yeah, I was just going to say the only way you cure wrong speech, if you want to call something wrong speech, is with more speech. That's what Robert Kennedy said, and I think it's really true. The only reason you ever cut anybody completely off is if they're really disruptive of other people's rights, where you can't really even speak. But otherwise, everything's fair game, and I think it's fine. I've listened to, when I was a teenager, I used to deliberately listen to blacks only shows, and they would rant and rave about white people, and I enjoyed listening to what they had to say. So, and I learned a lot. I might not have liked their attitude, but it taught me some things, and I think it's fine. But, you know, obviously, and I was kind of joking when I said, you know, why not have a blacks only day? But as long as the mentality isn't just full segregationist, I think obviously men gather together in men's only spaces to support each other, and so do women, and so do black people, and so do, you know, so it's not like that's inherently wrong.
I got a question. Remember the old days when it was new to have like Geraldo would have the KKK on there and it was fresh or whatever fringe organization? I thought it was beneficial outside of the chair throwing and the fighting. I always thought it was beneficial to learn and have them mix like that. They'll have the most racist family in Indiana or something. And then a month later, you're here that they still friends with some black dude they met in the audience. Or the KKK, you find out that, you know, his blood was from a black ancestor or something. I don't know. It was always something beneficial out of that shit.
I have a friend who helps de-radicalize extremists out of Montana, and because he was de-radicalized, and we know Daryl Lamont Jenkins, so yeah, I know a lot about that.
That's really a thing. That's a job. Is that many motherfuckers radical and we fall under that?
Yeah, it's really a job. It's really a job, including when they disentangle from these groups. They need help with their bills. They also have like a campaign of terror waged on them if they leave. So like,
let me rephrase the question then.
Kind of
by radicalized, did you just mean violent radicals or mental radicals?
Well, there's a whole spectrum to it. There's some that are super violent to the point where they would want to poison the water supply in the local town to kill everyone because race, not realizing you're also killing white people.
Those I figured would be so small you couldn't stay in business. So there must be a bigger group that
not as small as you think. Yeah.
There must be a bigger group that you guys cater to. What are the radical ideas, if I could ask? What's a radicalized group if he's doing no violence? What makes him radical?
If he's doing no violence, well, the people he's just de-radicalizing are, you know, some of them are in violent groups. They're very hard to deal with. He says a lot of them don't make it, but he'll work with anybody that tries. But
I think you sidestepped my question.
No, I was going to get there. I just was starting with that. But in terms of like, well, for that dual seed line faith thing is one aspect. You have atheists that are involved in this kind of stuff, and then you also have Christians. So it's kind of, but they all kind of.
What makes him radical? Is Jack radical? I'm asking for. I don't know what a radical is if he's not, you know, actually trying to physically hurt someone. Let's exclude everyone who falls under that umbrella. Is there anyone else that you guys qualify as radical?
Yeah, I would say like, so you get jihadists or Islamists that may not want to harm people, but they want to see their religion or their extreme interpretation dominate everybody else. So wouldn't you call basically an Islamist who wants to forcibly take over a country and make it his religion?
Right.
And even though that might not be violent per se, but he wants to subjugate people like you and whoever that don't agree with him. So I would say that's radical.
You read my mind. I was wondering if she or her group considered that radical.
I'm not in a group. It's his group, but he works in the field of helping de-radicalize. And the word radical, I think you take that word and it can mean anything from Jesus to somebody that wants to kill everybody. So, you know, you have to dismantle that word, and what they're talking about de-radicalizing is we're talking about people that have gotten into an extremist mentality, and they've gone all the way from having a little bit of a belief in something to a belief that would be harmful to the greater public, basically.
Okay, so that'd be it harmful hurt or violence would have to be
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think it requires harm.
Okay.
I
They
think it
usually
just needs to. I
for
just think it needs
Yeah.
to be a significantly different view from what the mainstream holds that has big implications on society.
Yeah, like for example, some of the far left believe that nobody's illegal. I saw this like blue-haired woman, or at least what I thought was one, with a T-shirt that said "Nobody's illegal." So I would consider her to be a radical, because
That's
people
dope.
who don't believe in borders and believe that you could just bring anybody across the border without fucking vetting them is a radical, in my opinion. Because that type of thinking leads to children getting raped, people getting murdered in the streets and shit like that. So even far left people are radical, in my opinion.
I would be considered a radical for some of my financial beliefs, but when I'm using that word in relation to his group, we are talking about him de-radicalizing extremists who have ideology that is harmful to themselves and to others, and would violate the basic tenets of decent society of any kind.
Yeah,
I dig it.
I agree. I agree with that.
With the no borders thing, that's not fucking horrible. Whoever that argument is, they got to let it stand on whether they're radical or not. I don't know. It certainly wouldn't have fallen under the definition that Emily just gave of harming motherfuckers just because you believe that the world is for everyone, and I should be able to go visit Egypt without someone charging me money or beating me or killing me. Having that philosophy doesn't inherently mean that you want people to come into your country and do horrible things or allow such things to propagate.
No, you can be for the movement of people, migration, but it needs to be done in a sensible way. That's why most countries have naval ports, they have airports, they have border forces, because you need to see who comes into your country. I mean, the idea of this, it's a very naive, it's mostly peddled by the far left, where they believe that they're so honest, they're so assuming that everybody's so civilized and nobody. That there aren't literally violent, evil human beings that come in all colors, sizes, cultures. So you need to vet people. And also, for example, JC, if I was to come to your house, right? Would
Yeah.
you like it if I literally just climbed through your window one day and just said, hey, JC, I just helped yourself in the fridge? No, you need to come knock at the door. You first need to arrange with you that I'm going to come over. Then you need to accept that. Then you
But
need to
much
give me access to your property. So what I'm trying to say is, when I say borders and that, I don't mean that, nobody should be able to travel or migrate. I mean, people should respectfully do it.
you
So
do
when you
understand that.
respectfully do that, it doesn't undermine national sovereignty. That's what I'm all about, national sovereignty. That's what I'm about.
Excuse me. Your philosophy though is of one of the mistake I think the police make when they say you come into our building when you go into a police station or something like that. The country, I don't think that someone can say we own an entire continent. That just seems crazy to me, and we decide who come in and out. That guy better be Jesus or God. The most you can do is, stand there and get what information you can from a motherfucker and keep an eye on him. But you shutting down a whole continent and it's mine. Before you have an apple on this continent, you got to ask me as if I'm entering your house. It seems like that mentality is fucked up.
So you don't, okay, so the United States who's the keeper of the United States? I would argue it's the government, right? The United States
Israel.
government, right?
Israel.
I
Okay. No,
said,
let's not
Father.
we can talk about that another time, but let's just say, keep it simple, right? So the United States government is the ultimate administration, correct?
Under what you're saying, I think God or the architect is the ultimate.
No,
But
but
let's
let's
go
be
with what you're
okay.
saying. Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, who's the supreme authority, right? Let's just say it's the United States government, and then you can break it down into
Okay, I'm okay with
Congress,
that. But
the
yeah.
judiciary, whatever. But what I'm saying is, so let's take the United States of America, for example. So the United States of America is a country, so it has its own culture, it has its own value system, and it has the right to national sovereignty, just like any other country. So just because a country decides that it's going to filter who gets to come and who doesn't, I don't see the problem with that. In fact,
I
I'm all
think your
for it.
argument is so far as just that other countries do it, so we should. That's not a good argument for me.
No, I've given you the virtue of safeguarding your country because you can see exactly what happens. Like, look at,
Can
for
you
example,
say what? Go ahead. I'd like to know what instance you're safeguarding it for, because it looks like I don't know, whoever come into a country seems to, like, for instance, the United States. We've had immigrants coming here. We're whole countries founded on immigrants. We shitted on all of them, said they were thieves, liars. They gonna take our jobs. We said all these arguments for all these people. We've been wrong every fucking time. Why do the arguments persist?
Okay, so again, you're not understanding my point. So you're kind of generalizing it. I'm making a distinction. So there's a difference, like I said previously, between legal migration, right? And then there's a difference between illegal migration. So I'm definitely against illegal immigration. I think anybody who's sane would be against it. You don't have the right to show up at somebody else's doorstep and just demand, to be housed or to
That's
be
why
fed.
that chick.
If
Now
they,
I
if
understand
they,
why she said there are no illegal people. I thought it sounded weird hearing it, but now I think I understand, because you really believe that if someone broke a law, they're illegal people. That's a horrible fucking title. How many laws have you broke? What type of remedy would you like for on your cousin, mother, auntie for breaking a law when they smoke weed in high school? Should you reach back all those years and say she broke a law, Joe? She's got to pay the price. You would never do that with someone you loved. This shit got you thinking crazy.
What if it's a life or death situation? Would you be opposed to illegal immigration if it's life or death for them?
It is. If you look what's happening in Great Britain, so we got DNW here, we got Kenny Given. So they're literally bringing these people fucking across the ocean. And a lot of these people are turning out to be some severely mentally depraved individuals, right? And so the question is, sorry, Joe. So the point is, Joe, right? So the Great British government has a fucking responsibility, just like the United States government, right, to protect its borders and its people. That's what I mean by national sovereignty.
We would
Right?
agree, but I can't speak intelligently on what's going on. That's why I was happy you kept it in the U.S. I can't speak intelligently. You guys are so small. We could take all of y'all and all the immigrants and throw them in a fucking state somewhere and still have room left over. Our problems will be quite different from some small country like you guys are talking about. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know if
you
the
guys have a
comparison's
border.
fair.
You guys have a problem with the border in Texas because I've seen documentaries where loads of Chinese nationals and not just Mexicans or Hispanics, but loads of Indians. They're all coming through that border in the south,
It
and
looks
the
like
border.
more Chinese come from the north, but no one's talking about it. But I know that they deploy military and retired military to stop them. I hear they catch them by the thousands, but I never see it in the newspapers coming from Canada.
Yeah, but my whole point, Joe, is like you have to respect a country's national sovereignty. You know what I mean? Like my father and that were immigrants, but he didn't fucking come on a rubber dinghy boat and then just expect to be put up in a luxurious hotel. He went through the immigration system. He
Well, you're
naturalized,
jumping
just
around,
like
right? You're saying now the argument is if he come here, he shouldn't get help. That's whole different. It's a legal thing. What if he come here? A lot of people have come here on dinghies and turned out to be great people. Do we just exclude all of them?
absolutely.
Heartless, pimp.
I
Well,
wanted to
listen,
make
at
a
the end of
point
the
about the
day,
mental health issue that you brought up. You said that a large portion of these people are mentally depraved. I mean, aside from the fact that those sort of mentally depraved individuals are in any large group of people, regardless of where they come from, I guess I would be wondering, like, what percentage of these people that are coming over are mentally depraved, and what percentage is too big for you to say that they shouldn't be allowed?
well, I would say I have quite stringent views on this. So I would say one child rape or one fucking murder of an innocent British citizen is one too many.
That's
So,
unrealistic. It's going to happen. That's
well,
completely unrealistic.
no,
You
no,
can't
no.
stop the British from doing that themselves.
Yeah,
Who
the
are you,
British are
some
doing the
type of
same thing.
god that you could stop other people?
Okay, but there's a difference between
Kenny,
a domestic. Wait,
sorry,
wait. There's a difference between a domestic problem and an imported problem. Do you understand the difference?
Jack Talcott has
No,
had a
because they
power
become
cut.
domestic. Oh, sorry, DNW.
We hope that all power to you, Jack. All power to you.
I'm sending my prayers. I'm praying for your power, Jack. I think it
Yeah,
becomes
so
a domestic problem when they come into your country, though. No.
yeah, but Occam's razor, just like Occam's razor, the best explanation is the simplest one. So instead of trying to import people that you don't know diddly squat about, just don't fucking import them. Then, oh, what if he turns out to be a great person? But here's the thing, Joe. Why would you gamble your
You gamble on
citizens'
everyone. You don't
welfare?
know what
No,
anyone.
no,
Your
that's ridiculous, man.
citizens commit
That's
more
ridiculous,
crimes.
man.
Well, listen to the whole thing. Your citizens, only one more sentence. Your citizens commit crimes at a higher rate than the illegals that come over here that you rail against. That's a fact. You can't control
Not per
them
capita. Not per capita.
per
I'm willing to
capita.
bet money, not per
Per
capita.
capita is the stat, yeah.
Hey guys,
Well, you
love
need to
you
show
all, but
me.
I might bounce myself because unlike Jack, I'm just bored. I love you all, and I'll speak to you all tomorrow. Yeah. Bye all.
All right.
See you, Guru.
Yeah, take
Crazy.
care. Have a
It's
good night.
women only tomorrow.
So see you
Yeah.
tomorrow, Guru. Yeah.
I find it unlikely that people are willing to go over to another country that they're not from in mass quantities and break laws at the level that you're saying. I think it
Oh,
sounds like
really? Then
propaganda.
it's not propaganda. You need to look what's
The
happening
stats
across
don't
Europe.
show it out. They did the same thing with Muslims coming over here. They're gonna
I was
kill
going to
us.
say they did that in the United States, and it was complete bullshit.
Yes, man.
You're
Nah, it's
probably
not
being
bull.
lied to by your government because there's a
Nah.
worldwide push. Yes, there's a worldwide push right now against immigration from all different cultures. And these people are completely independent from one another. You see it in Asia, you see it in Africa, you see it in the Middle East, you see it in the United States, it's in England. Everybody suddenly at the exact same time has completely unrelated immigration issues. I don't find that to be a coincidence.
I dig it.
People don't really understand the laws either. Like certain person that was here that's not here now in the past, that name starts with an I. He was talking about what really would be the EMTALA laws, which have to do with emergency care. He acted like America was spending all this money on emergency care for illegal aliens, and that's not how that works. First of all, you have to have 10 years of work credits to get Medicare, Medicaid, or Medicaid in this country if you're an immigrant, a working immigrant. So unless you have refugee status, now there are some people who abuse the system, obviously, but that's not to go without saying. There are people that are working their ass off before they can even qualify to get any of those benefits. And add to that the fact that every country in the civilized world takes care of people in an emergency, and they have their own version of these laws. So America has EMTALA, that's our version of that. But the reality is that you get a bill. So like they might deliver your baby, but if that baby ends up in the NICU, you'll get a bill. So it's not like we don't bill them. So there's a lot of misconceptions floating around about what we do and don't do for people here.
It all
Yeah,
seems
but
like
here's
a red herring to me because we're talking about billions of dollars here and there. Shit that Trump will spend on any given Friday to build a new ballroom or to fund a new war to because he need a new bill passed. He throw around trillions of dollars, and motherfuckers don't complain when we do audits. With the Department of Justice, I think it is, with the Pentagon, every time we do an audit, it's almost $4 trillion unaccounted for. Now, if it was really about money, these would be where the people argue. It wouldn't be such hatred. And it ain't just they're arguing the facts. It is hatred for these guys who you think getting a couple $100 in food stamps or something. It's all
Right.
illogical. It's all emotional, and it screams of prejudice.
And then the flip side is they do make money off of bringing in people that are dangerous. Our country's involved in drug and gun running. I mean, they have been for a long time. And they also make money bringing people here illegally that end up in the sex trade. So the flip side of that is people who are illegally immigrating can also themselves be harmed. And the people that are involved in bringing bad people, quote unquote, here, meaning people that are here doing bad things, there's some complicit. We're complicit in bringing them here, and so to sit around complaining as though this isn't something that they've been fully complicit in creating. The gang situation, El Salvador's MS-13 were fully complicit in destroying their country and creating gangs, and then bitching when they're here. So there's a lot of ins and outs that don't get discussed.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You spoke about the MS-13 thing, right? Now that guy in El Salvador, hats off to him. He's a fucking hero, that guy. Bukele, I don't know what his name is. Yeah. He has done a phenomenal job. And fuck all of these guys talking about human rights abuses. He literally solved that problem. These guys that you're talking about, they're not human beings. They're subhuman trash. Okay, no. I will say this openly. We all know what some members of the Mexican cartels and these Hispanic gangs do, specifically across the border. They dismember people on camera. They laugh about it. They have no value for fucking human life. And anybody who's a sensible American wouldn't want that shit in their country. Simple as that.
I agree. You ever
No,
in the
no.
gang?
So I'm not talking about Hispanic people here. I'm talking about those guys at MS-13 and that they serve no fucking value to the country.
Well, let me give you a little
Anybody who's
pushback.
affiliated, wait, hold on, JC. Anybody who's affiliated to organized crime should be fucking stripped of their citizenship and deported. Simple as that.
All right, here, let me give you some pushback on that, because I've always sold drugs and been in a gang, and I feel like I can discern who the good people are. All of us are gang members, but I feel like, you know, some of us are good people and got good hearts, and you can see the people who are doing the murdering and shit. Everybody know who the horrible people are. I would assume
law and order.
I would assume that gang over there, just because they're a gang, the average guy is just out there hustling, selling dope. And that guy, I don't think he deserves any more shit than the guy who's in a dispensary selling weed, or the guy selling alcohol on the corner just because he's selling dope. So if he's doing the obvious shit you talked about, dismembering people, clearly, but every time you try and get those dudes and you just grab a bunch of people who ain't part of it, your system's evil. No one should get behind it.
Well, you can call it evil, Joe, but all I see is that Bukele guy's a hero, because now the people look at the crime rate since he built that supermax prison. You know, the people of El Salvador, they're so fucking grateful that they've actually got a leader that has actually implemented a solution, rather than, see, this is the problem with the far left guys, and I'm not saying you are, but this type of rhetoric, right? Everybody's always worried about it. I call it Batman syndrome. It's a very fucking weird type of mentality. So they're always worried about the human rights and the welfare of the criminals. But what about the fucking victims, for fuck's sake?
Wait. No, I didn't mention any criminals. We're arguing with the guy here. Don't argue with someone who's not on panel on our dime when I'm here to discuss certain things with you.
Criminals, right? So we're talking about criminals.
Yeah, I am talking about people we left off with, people who sell drugs. You will label them criminals who should be killed, and I was trying to make the point that they're just average people.
Hold on a second. We were talking about an organized crime who's an organized crime gang, MS-13, ultra violent, ultra depraved. Fucking
well, I brought it over
crime gang.
Here to
No.
Gang in America.
So, Joe,
Can I jump in and say something, guys?
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. I'm not talking about your average run-of-the-mill street wheeler dealer or guy on the corner, right? I'm talking about these fucking well-funded, brutal, organized
very
crime
good.
gangs,
So
right?
here's the question and the crux. Do you think it's okay to catch some of those street level dudes up, just to make sure we cast a big enough net to get all the big guys you want? You either got someone who believes that I'd rather 9 guilty people go free than 1 innocent, or the guy who believes the opposite. It looks like we're those two types of people. I don't believe that you can catch all those guys up who we're just saying, no, they're just selling dope and shit. They part of the game, but they're not doing it. All of them get caught up too, I imagine. Now suddenly your shit's not blessed by God anymore because you're getting innocence in your haste, and you didn't do a good thing.
Are you conflating a guy who literally sells drugs? Now, I don't care if it's on the lowest level, right, in the hierarchy. Are you literally telling me, Joe, that you are conflating a guy who, just because he's at the bottom of the hierarchy, he's somehow innocent? Listen, if you break the laws of a country, you deserve to get fucking prosecuted.
Are you sure?
I never thought I'd agree with Kenny on this, but law and order, right? That's what makes a society.
You might not agree with him in a minute. Emily, go ahead.
I think Kenny deserves a chance to speak. He's been patiently waiting, but I do want to say
Kenny,
one
go
thing.
ahead, man.
I do want to say one thing. I just want to say one thing.
I'm happy listening.
The School of the Americas is something you do need to look up. America meddled in El Salvadoran politics and in their government. We helped create that gang. And yes, they are depraved. And then when they're here doing terrible things to people, and much worse than drug selling, like we are talking about some pretty horrific crimes. But That being said, we had a hand in that. When America sprayed Agent Orange on all those Vietnamese people, and then they had those horrible birth defects, is that not depraved? As depraved as anything an MS-13 member did? So, you got to realize there's a lot of depravity going around, and when it's white collar depravity, nobody blinks an eyelash, and I think that's what Joe is alluding to. That being said, of course, we want law and order, like Kenny's saying, but these supermax for-profit prisons are problematic. There are a lot of innocent people in there. There are ways to covertly get prison labor going, which they're doing in there. People have been exposed to things doing prison labor and gotten cancer when they got out. And we do have wrongfully convicted people and a whole wide range of people in there. It's not like everybody in there is an MS-13 gang member that's, dismembered a child or something. You have people in there for all kinds of things. You even have people in there for like killing their pimp who was abusing them. So there's a lot of people that have had horrible lives and they end up in these places. And so deciding everybody's not human is too far the other way, in my opinion. So.
Especially if they join the gang. I'm just going by my gang culture. By these laws, I got to feel that I would be locked up. I would have been labeled that because I sold dope for years. And all the people I love would have just been labeled as whatever he's labeling, the label cast upon the other ones who killed and destroyed people. And when all we're doing is adults serving adults shit like at a liquor store or something. It's different. It's two different worlds, man. If someone's harmed someone, yes, but if it's two consenting adults, that's a different world. I think now suddenly you're fucking around in God's territory or something. You're starting to do that.
Well,
yeah, but it seems like we're conflating two things in this conversation. It seems like we're conflating illegal immigration. Oh, thank you, family. It seems like we're conflating illegal immigration and other activities that are highly immoral that we can all agree on, like the MS-13 situation. Right, and one does not necessarily lead to the other, because it's demonstrable that, like America, for example, we benefit financially from illegal immigrants coming here and working because what happens is most of these people are not actually working under the table. They're actually working for employers who will allow them to use like a junk social security number, for example. And what happens in that situation is the government taxes their wages before they even cut them the check. The employer cuts the check. So the government is taking Social Security tax from somebody who will never be able to draw that Social Security. It's a plus. It's a financial benefit to the government to have these people doing this. And also, immigrants, in particular illegal immigrants, are statistically far less likely to commit crimes because they don't want to draw attention to themselves. So there's just so many ways to kind of push back on this. We just want to be careful that we're not, because I think this whole panel would agree that the stuff that the violent people, the stuff that they're doing, we all want to stop that.
Yeah, we ain't got to talk about that, right?
Right, but combining that to now suddenly it's an illegal immigration issue, I feel like that's really straw manning the actual argument.
Yeah.
Hey, Ryu in chat, Ryu, you're a fucking pussy. Ryu just got proved wrong by me and he blocked me like the little bitch that he is.
Well, here's the thing, Oe. I'm not misconflating illegal immigration, but there's a reason why. There's a reason why when you allow channels of migration into your country, it needs to be vetted for a reason, right? Because you need to have a look at who's coming into your country. Now, you're right. Certain corrupt governments, certain corrupt organizations and corporations, they partake in that shadow economy. I know exactly what you're talking about. However, it's still not right. You shouldn't have people that are just, well, they are going to try it, but it shouldn't be encouraged. It shouldn't be accepted. It's ridiculous, man.
Your vetted argument. Your vetted argument. This is a different argument. Let's stay on that for 2 seconds. If, like you say, the idea is that when they come in, they should be vetted, then there would be no vitriol for the person who's been here for 17 years, proved themselves. Their kids are in high school. They have a business, broken no laws. It wouldn't be a push. If you broke the law, go home, because they've been thoroughly vetted. In 17 years, they ain't broke a law that we can tell. They're doing better than most of us. They're thoroughly vetted, but the same vitriol goes to them. This is not about vetting. I'm guessing you yourself is like, they should go, they broke a law.
Okay, so are you telling me, Mr. JC, right, as an American, so you're telling me that you don't see the difference between somebody who's born an American, or let's go even further, somebody who naturalizes, and somebody who's a foreign national living in the country?
I'll
so you're telling me
that,
you
but
make,
first I
so
want
you
you to
make
understand.
No distinctions. I will,
But first, because you didn't really comment on what I said, I want you to understand or acknowledge, yay or nay, that 17 years without breaking a law is a much better vetting process than we could have did catching them coming across the border. Yeah. If it's
What do
about
you mean by?
vetting,
What do you mean 17 years without breaking the law? What's that
they've been
reference to?
here for 17 years, and we caught them. They broke a law, one, and it's
Yeah, so they're going back home. You
it's a
can't live in the
misdemeanor.
fucking country illegally and
Exactly.
just think, oh, willy-nilly. No, you're going back on the
Yes,
plane, mate.
that's
Yeah.
exactly. So it's not about vetting, because we just proved they've been vetted, and they're good people because their neighbors
No,
say
they
they
haven't.
never broke a law. They've been thoroughly vetted. You'll have to come up with
That's
another
not thorough
reason why you
vetting.
don't want these people here now.
You see, this is the problem. This is why it's hard to have this discussion with you. With all due respect, yeah, I'm not trying to be rude,
I'm not
because
having a difficult time.
we don't because we don't agree on the same principles and
We don't
definitions.
have to, and I'm
When
okay
I
with not agreeing.
Yeah, I understand that. But when I say vetting, I mean we need to know, is this person, what is it? Do they have a criminal background, right? Do they all of these things need to come into play. This is what we talk about vetting in a formal sense, not just, oh well, he's been showing up at the fucking lumber mill for 20 years and he hasn't stolen money from me, and he's a good illegal immigrant.
What
No,
do you think
this is
is more
bullshit.
thorough? 17 years or whatever we can do at the border and them coming for visits? Which is a more thorough process? Of course, it's the
The border.
17 years. Oh,
So
of
why
course,
do you
the
think
border, my fault.
countries? Yeah, of course, it's the border. So why do you think countries have visa systems, right? So they have these visa systems so that they can track certain things. Like, I just can't believe I'm on a panel where people are literally arguing against national sovereignty. Like, why is that so hard to understand?
No. We're only talking about vetting. It'd be easier if you attach other baggage and trauma to it. You could run from it. We're talking about the vetting. Let's stay there. What if he's been here for 40 years, pillar of the community, kids graduated college, doctors, all that shit, but he came in 40 years ago. He broke that one law, which is a misdemeanor, like jaywalking, a federal misdemeanor. What do? We kick him out the country? Is it still about vetting?
Yeah, he's getting deported because he's
See,
illegal.
it's not
He's
about
illegal.
vetting. It's not about
He's not a
vetting.
citizen. He's not a foreign national. He's an
So
illegal.
don't pretend
because
to
he
be
came.
about vetting is my point. You're just going to keep dancing from it's breaking the law to it's vetting to other shit.
No. So the reason why your argument doesn't hold ground, Joe, is because had he had come through the right channel, right, and had he gotten a fucking visa or whatever you guys do in America, right, then he wouldn't be seen in that same light. It's the fact that he's bypassed the whole system, shown no regard for America's national sovereignty and national security, and he's just chosen an opportunistic method to try and get what he wants.
I think that's your long way of saying he broke a law.
Of course he broke a law. He fucking trespassed into a country illegally. Yeah. So in my opinion, he doesn't belong there. It's got nothing to do with
misdemeanor.
Color.
Shouldn't the punishment fit the crime? It's the misdemeanor.
No, it's not a
Like
misdemeanor.
jaywalking. Sure it is. Ain't your eyes? It's the law. Again, that's my claim, is that your feelings are coloring all of this, and it's not logical. So yes, the law says it's a federal misdemeanor, like jaywalking. It's nothing what you think it is. But they should be uprooted for 40 years, family, friends, jobs, contribute to society, all because you feel a certain way. Where's the logic?
No, it's not I feel a certain way. I think this is a sentiment probably shared amongst a lot of your countrymen. They're just not on this panel right now.
Hold on.
Kenny, what are you trying to show to them?
I think that the Trumpenstein is about to make the moves on the Belgianstein to make sure they don't win the Machenstein by calling out a teetotal war. And Trump is arming the ships and taking on Belgium, I think.
Kenny, can you read out what your phone says? Because I didn't get any of that.
What?
What did you just show on your phone? Can you read out?
Okay, so this is a tweet by Nick Fuentes. Allah could not save Egypt from Messi, conquered by white excellence again.
What the fuck? That's such a Nick Fuentes thing, man. Oh my God, yeah. Nick Fuentes strikes again. Oh boy.
I missed it. I'm sure it was controversial and you wanted me to hear it, Kenny. Because for reasons.
It just popped up on my feed, so I thought I'd spontaneously flash it in front of the camera.
I'm interested what popped up on your feed.
Probably that
Nick
he's on a watch
Fuentes.
list.
But Nick Fuentes tweet. Allah could not save Egypt from Messi, so that's in response to Argentina beating Egypt in the World Cup today. And Nick Fuentes says, Allah could not save Egypt from Messi, conquered by white excellence again.
Oh,
I
my
don't
God.
know what price you think you pay to be edgy, but it's too expensive.
Well, it is Nick Fuentes at the end of the day. The guy has no filter. He doesn't give a shit, man.
Yeah, I think people like that, man, are the extremists who Emily was speaking about. These are the people who harm everybody. I really, like, it's my life desire to get past this racism shit, and I want you to understand that you're looking at your brother, and people like him make my work difficult. Right? People like him breed that mob mentality. And in America, any group, when you do it, it's a danger inherent. And he reinforces it. And with that mentality, you end up labeling a motherfucker. Now you can do harm to him. Muslim, you can do anything to him if you label him Muslim. They're baby killers and all of that. You can hurt any Muslim now. Gang member, kill them, string them up. You can do anything when you label them. That line of mob mentality, it all begins with fucking that Nick Fuentes doing that type of shit, and my man Kenny trying to be edgy here.
Yeah, Joe, you are
overlooking, Joe. There's something that you're overlooking there. There's something that you're overlooking there, Joe. There's something that you're overlooking there, Joe.
I ain't heard a word.
Wait, guys,
since
can
I
we
said
let
that.
one at a
There's
time,
something that
please?
you're
One at a time.
overlooking there, Joe. There's something that you're overlooking
Yeah,
there.
I'm here, yeah.
Something else that's just showed up on my feed. And this is a video where
Which Smurf song?
Hamas,
Sing along with the Smurfs.
Hamas massacring Palestinians.
It's got to be true if you read it on the internet. Just
Yeah,
go
and I'm
ahead
not
and read
surprised because Nick
Repeat it
Fuentes
word
just-
for word because we know it's MK Ultra if it's on the internet. Go ahead and read it, just like everybody else. Mockingbird.
I'm not gonna show it on front of DNW's camera
He said
because it could
word
get a
for
strike
word,
because
like
it's really graphic.
everybody else.
But what I will do is I'll repost it, I'll retweet it, and then you can go to my X account, Henny Megaman, at Henny Megaman. I've just retweeted it.
Yeah,
You
I'll
can
write
see for
that
yourself.
down right now.
Kenny Mega Man.
Mega Man. Kenny
Nintendo game.
Kenny Mega Man.
New on the Switch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's my X account.
yeah, Joe, you're absolutely right. Once again, brother, as soon as you start applying these labels, it becomes an automatic excuse to start othering people, to judging people, to attacking people. This group mentality leads to mob mentality. It leads to collective ignorance. The other thing I just want to say really quick,
Collective ignorance. Yes.
Correct.
I can't believe
Identity politics is very divisive.
He on the roll.
Hey, bro,
Terminology.
Hey, bro, I know you think the world's falling, but just take it easy, bro.
Male.
Take it easy, bro. Yeah, we got you. We got you.
Terminology,
I got
straight
you.
white male.
Yeah.
Kenny, be
So-
nice.
Terminology,
Joe,
straight
calm
white
down.
male.
Kenny, calm down. You're over talking people.
Right.
It's not your turn yet. Yeah, just calm down, brother. Show some of that dignity. All right, Joe. The other thing you said that I thought just was insane that it went unnoticed. I was laughing so hard when DNW said, "All right, we're going to be doing a ladies only show tomorrow," and you said, "All right, Guru, we'll see you tomorrow." just slid that right in there, bro. Not just to kick the whole goddamn thing and nobody noticed, family. Oh my god.
Hey,
Haven't you ever seen a bearded lady?
Kenny, I'll give the floor to you, brother.
Here is me. I thought Yurf and Cougar would have their tights and heels on today.
I saw a guy say
So if it's ladies only tomorrow, that doesn't include Cosmic Tales Fox, Melanie Cosmic Fox.
Well, let the
Okay,
ladies
or
sort it
Fatima.
out for themselves, Kenny. You have
They
no
are
say in
welcome
that.
here. Be nice.
We will let the women sort it out, Kenny.
Real women.
Women can decide for themselves, Kenny. Stop trying to get involved.
Yeah, the real women.
Women can decide for themselves. We'll see what happens, Kenny.
I think I might just identify as a woman tomorrow night then, if you want to play that game.
You're
Well,
kind of a bully.
you can,
You're
but
kind of a bully,
people will
Kenny.
decide whether they accept you or not.
Why do you find it necessary to pick on trans people, Kenny? I see the smirk on your face. You think you're hilarious. What's so
Edgy.
funny?
He thinks it's
Yeah,
edgy and it's
exactly.
gonna
Like you're
stir
an edge
something.
lord. You're like a
He thought
14-year-old.
he thought he'd
You're
done
like a
Yes.
14-year-old boy, Kenny.
He thought he'd done something intellectually.
Why are you so
superior.
triggered, Andy? Why are you so
No,
triggered
I'm
by
not
my?
triggered. I'm
guys.
not triggered.
Well-
I want to point out how silly you are. Like you
Well,
act like
to
a
be
child.
fair, Andy, it's
You
called
come out here.
freedom of
How old are
speech.
you? 50? Are you 50 years old, Kenny? You act like a child. You literally say things that would come out of a teenage boy's mouth.
He's
Yeah,
6
well-
years shy of his 50th birthday. How
Well,
dare
to
you?
be
age
fair,
him
guys.
prematurely?
Okay, so you literally are 50 years old and you act like a 14-year-old boy
44.
on a YouTube panel. Okay, you're 44
You know,
and you act
Emperor Nero
What did
married
I-
a
what-
horse
sorry,
and a
what did I
man,
say
right?
wrong?
Like the people that
What did I
think
say
that
wrong
this
that
is new.
triggered you, Andy?
Well,
No,
to
you
be
haven't
fair, guys,
triggered me.
freedom of
People
speech.
have done
give yourself
whatever
that
they
much
want
credit, but
in the
I want
bedroom
to point
since
out
the
how
dawn of
stupid
time.
you are. The shit that comes out of your mouth, Kenny, is absolutely insane. Everything you say, from your views on Trump to your views on immigration to your views on race to your views on trans people, you are a walking, talking retard. Every fucking thing you say.
There's no soul there,
nobody-
Kenny.
Nobody agrees with what you say. You're just trying to trigger people. That's your whole life, is to try to annoy people. That's your value. You don't even actually care about Trump. I guarantee you don't give a shit about Trump. It is part of your edgy personality that you've developed so that you can annoy people on YouTube because you have no fucking life as a 44-year-old man.
Well, to be fair, guys, it's freedom of speech, right? Everybody has the right to
Damn.
critique
No,
him,
he's
as long
entitled.
as
He's
he's not
entitled, but I
inciting
have the freedom of speech to call him out for it. Then, if he has the
Yeah,
freedom of
which you
Thank
do.
you. We're all equal
But
here.
the difference
We're
is
batshit
we're
crazy.
not resorting to ad hominems because we don't like your calling out, Kenny. We're just allowing it to be. So just allow the man to talk, innit? Isn't America all about First Amendment,
That
freedom of
was a
speech,
fair
right? That's what I
exchange,
have.
I've never
man.
restricted him from talking. I've never restricted him from talking.
I don't agree with everything he says, but he has a
Without
right
the
to say
ad
it.
homs, it was
I'm
a
not
fair
restricting.
exchange.
Yeah, I'm not restricting his right. I'm not saying he shouldn't be able to talk. I'm saying that he should defend what the fuck he's saying because it's
But
stupid.
okay, so look, if he critiques trans or race or whatever, as long as, like the law says in the UK, I don't know about what the American law is, right? As long as he's not inciting hatred or inciting
Same
violence,
here.
then
Same
I
here.
don't care. I honestly don't care, literally, because at the end of the day, that's who Kenny is.
Sorry,
If you watch the
Andy.
show, that's what he does.
Andy, I think you've got something wrong with your microphone, mate. I can't hear anything that you're saying. Can you try again?
No.
Agree with
Everyone-
everybody. It's just speech, it's just protest, but you can't really protest what's going on in society. You'd have to go back to Nero and protest his horse or his third wife. So you're kind of late if you're trying to protest sexuality, bro. So it's just like you're way late. It's just 3,000 years behind on that one. But everybody else has moved on. We're all good, and it's just like one less thing we need to worry about. We got a lot bigger things on our plate now, right?
I think you're right,
Andy,
man.
go and try and say that again. I think you maybe got something wrong with your microphone. Could you repeat what you just said, mate, please? Just so I can get back on you.
I don't even know
We
what
all
you're
love
talking
Jesus,
about.
and Jesus loves us back no matter where he wants to wear the strap
I'm
on.
talking about Andy.
Okay?
Andy, go.
Wearing a dress don't make you gay. I don't care what they say.
I both know you heard everything I said, Kenny. Everyone
What
here
did you
heard
say,
what I
sorry?
said. Everyone here heard what I said. You're in the audience. You obviously heard it. I mean, what's with the game?
Sorry, Andy. I think your sound's broken. I can't hear you, mate. Sorry.
Super clever.
This is that shit he was talking about. Now, you would agree that he got, Kenny deserves some smoke, at least some criticism.
I never heard of him.
He's a personality, though. That's why we have him on. He's a personality. Welcome to the show,
We
Kenny.
agree.
Just whatever wave you want to do, we're all good with your patriotism. Thank you for being who you are. It might not help anything, but thank you for being you.
It's your
Oh
patriotism.
shit! Look at that comment. Oh, shit.
There was a woman who was having a fit at some Jews who were protesting the war in, I believe it was in America, but she was an Israeli Jew who was in America at the time. And she was raving mad that they would be Jewish and be waving Palestinian flags. You got to realize there's so many ins and outs to things and things that people who don't dig for information don't know. I don't think Kenny's the least bit insincere. I think he believes in what he says he believes in. But that being said, you know, just like there are things at a time in my life that I didn't know that colored my judgment. So, you know, I don't think people are always coming, even though there's some performative quality to it. You know, I get wanting to believe in things. I think everybody wants to believe in things, no matter which side of things they fall on.
There was a time in my life where I had clouded judgment and I was a bit naive on issues regarding Israel and Palestine as well, Emily.
Yep.
Not now, though. Not now, though.
Yeah.
Not more. Not anymore.
See how easy it is to play the word game there. See how easy it is to play the word game.
Me?
Yeah, you.
It's not a word game because I was raised in a
the way you
Zionist-
framed it there is like my judgment's clouded, but yours isn't anymore. You know, you got to talk
I
to me
didn't
in
actually
a
say that.
condescending manner. Yeah.
No. What I
Don't
obviously I
attack
think
the
I'm
man.
no.
Attack the points.
Okay. Well, I could. I gave you all those links, but you blocked me because I said something nice
Because
to
you're
Chickpea.
Chickpea's fucking cheerleader. That's why.
Nope.
No,
I'll
you
tell
block people because they're going to prove you wrong.
Wait, let me answer him
Prove
about
me wrong at
Chickpea.
what?
Let me answer him about
one person
Chickpea.
at a
Prove me
time.
wrong
One
with
person at a
anything.
time. One person at a time.
Yeah, let me
I've
answer
been
him
waiting
about
for
Chickpea.
people to try and prove me wrong, and it's
That's
not
why
working.
you get off.
I've never
That's
done
why
it.
you get off panel as soon as you say something. You come on panel,
Yes.
you say something, and you quickly hop down before anyone can respond because you're a fucking pussy, Kenny.
Let's not call him names. I want to answer you, Kenny, about Chickpea.
That's what you can do is come out with these ad
Well,
hominems.
he's a smart guy, but
That's
I
how,
think people are just getting heated.
You know,
But
Nothing wrong with that homonym. What's wrong with that homonym?
I'm not going to lower myself to your level. If you want to dip to that level, then fair play to you. I'm not going to do that.
I'd like to answer you about Chickpea. So I came in after the other
snowflake.
show, and I didn't see the exchange.
You're
that you had.
entitled to think I am, no?
You're
Okay.
Just be quiet for 40 seconds. Let her please complete. Kenny.
All right,
Just
guys.
let her talk.
Sorry to come in, guys.
Yeah. Okay.
Kenny
so,
and Andy, you two can go at it in a while if you want to, but for now, let Emily speak.
Thanks.
Got nothing to say to Andy. Nothing.
Okay.
He's
But anyway.
Fair enough, guys. Emily's speaking. Come on.
Yeah, Kenny. So I came in when you had already come to the end of your argument with Chickpea. I did not hear what she said to you. I came in and I was waiting backstage, and then you said all that stuff to her at the end of it that sounded, I haven't ever heard you talk that way. You were telling her that she can just, stop trauma dumping and go die, basically, or something. And so I thought you sounded harsh. I didn't know what she said. And then she tells me in the private chat that she's a socialist, and I said, me too. And we started talking about that, and she thinks that the people that pick up the trash have, are overlooked. And I said, yes, they are. So that was what that was about. So I wanted to make a comment about that. I had nothing to do with the
it was
others.
when you said something about Chickpea is so gangster.
Oh, that was a
It's like you were
joke.
cheering on her nastiness. That was your exact
No,
words.
no.
Chickpea is so gangster.
Let me explain that now. Okay.
Imagine I'd said that. I'd said that
No.
about it. Let me finish. Imagine I'd said that about Imperius when he was sexually harassing you.
Did she sexually harass you? What did she do? I didn't see her do anything to you. So I didn't know about that. And what I was calling her gangsta about, if you want to know, in the private chat, she said that she was part of the protests they had back in the late 70s. And I had seen a documentary about some bands like the Sex Pistols and stuff, and how they had trash piled up on the King's Road in London when the garbage men went on strike. And I said, oh, you're so gangsta. You probably hung out with all the cool punk rock people and did all this cool stuff.
Right,
it was a joke.
Well, I thought that was you responding to her being an absolute cunt towards me.
I didn't see what she even said to you. I only saw you get mad. So that's how that goes. And I wouldn't support somebody sexually abusing you at all.
Even if you did block her,
I was talking about when Imperius was sexually abusing you.
I know.
Okay, guys, we've ironed that out, and
I know.
I mean, Andy is still having a pop at Kenny here. He's
Andy sounds like he doesn't even know what a woman is. Actually, confused chap.
I don't think that's fair.
Classic.
Did you vote for Kamala Harris and her vagina never won for you? You poor little boy.
Why would I vote? Why would I vote? That just shows how much you understand the United States, Kenny. You're a fucking phony. And you know what? The fact that you chose to block, understand, Kenny. You must understand. Understand me, Kenny.
The popular vote by 2.8 million votes.
Kenny, understand the popular vote, Kenny. What happened? Where'd you go? Hey, Kenny, the fact that you blocked Emily because you thought that she was backing up Chickpea just goes to show how much of a fucking snowflake you are, you fucking Scottish pussy. You're not a real American, you fucking phony. An American wouldn't fold under shit like that. You're a fucking pussy. You don't belong. Stay in your shithole. Exactly. Nothing.
Now, was that cathartic enough for you both?
I liked it.
Have we reached a baseline of emotional?
He sounds really miserable, doesn't he?
Are you going to go at it again? Do I have to leave you both to it?
Yes.
Andy,
yes.
Show us your face. Let's have a looks off.
No, I like my anonymity.
Turn your camera on, you ugly fucking cunt.
I don't think I'm ugly.
Turn your camera on. Come on.
No, I like my anonymity.
Let's have a looks mixer off.
See, like right now, I could come to Scotland and find you and kick the shit out of you. You couldn't do that to me in America because I haven't showed you my face.
So come on then. I hope you do fucking come, mate.
Yeah, I bet.
Okay.
Is that it now, children? Are we finished now?
You ask him. He started it.
Kenny, are you satisfied with the outcome of this attempt to communicate with Andy?
Yes.
Andy, are you satisfied that Kenny is satisfied with this attempt to communicate with you?
Would you be satisfied if I was satisfied that Kenny was satisfied?
To be quite honest with you, I don't have any feelings about your feelings or Kenny's feelings. You're both grown men, and I think this is just an uncomfortable situation, but it's inevitable on an open panel that this does happen. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to let you both run your course, get it out of your system, and I hope that might encourage a peaceful moment where we can start again.
You can just kick me from the panel if you want a peaceful moment, but I have no peace to offer Kenny. I think that Kenny is a clown and deserves to be treated the same way that he treats everybody else. With disrespect.
Everybody else.
Okay, well, with the way that you treat the people that you dislike, you should be treated the same way that you treat the people that you dislike, because I dislike you. So I think that I should disrespect you like you disrespect people that you dislike.
I don't dislike you. I don't have any feelings towards you at all. You're like
I'm not talking about
to me. That's
you weren't disrespecting
completely
me.
Neutral and emotionally disengaged. I really don't have any feeling towards you. You know?
Yeah, I see you name calling people all the time. It's funny that you cry right now about me ad homing you when you call people a miserable cunt or a fucking loser. You've done it.
I'm not crying.
You're whining. You're complaining. You're bitching.
No, I'm not complaining.
You were. Now you're lying. I mean, you definitely did complain about me ad homing you. 5 minutes ago. Everyone here saw you complaining about me ad homing.
That wasn't a complaint.
Yes, it was. You fucking liar. You pussy. Spineless fucking
It was an
pussy.
acknowledgement of your lack of intelligence.
Okay.
And that's what you've proven yourself to be, as a low IQ fool.
So that means that you're low intelligence too, because you ad hom people too. We've all seen it. So you're low intelligence. You just called yourself out. Genius Scottish logic there, everybody.
Not quite to your extent, mate.
It's a spectrum.
Are we okay yet?
I'm cool.
Me too.
I feel that we've reached a stalemate, but you know, I want you both to be mindful that there are others who wish to talk, and you two
DW,
may
you're
remain
welcome.
hostile behind the scene towards each other, and that's your prerogative. But please don't spew out onto the show such hostility because other people want to talk about other matters. And
Yeah,
Andy, there was
you
no
have
way I
a
was
meeting.
going to kick you off the show. You're well able to defend yourself.
Well, I mean,
That
I
did
think
not
I
enter
deserve
into
to
my
be.
consideration. You didn't
Okay.
deserve to be kicked off, Andy, in my view. Okay. So that never entered my consideration. So, guys, we're going to keep going. I'm going to bring everyone back on and we will start again. Let's leave this as it is, a stalemate that can be continued another time, but not today.
Okay.
Scottish and autistic people, because Joe said something. We're upset right now. No, we'll be all right.
Did I ever go at autistic people?
No. Someone was like, "Oh, it's a spectrum," and I typed in the chat, "I'm on the spectrum." Yeah, so I was just being quiet as crap.
I'm just teasing.
Okay. Thank you for your patience, observers. I don't know what you got from that, observers. What do you think? I mean, maybe I shouldn't shake the hornet's nest. Maybe we should just move on. Unless you want to say something.
No, I watched and what you did that seemed to work, man. I couldn't second guess it. Wouldn't second guess it. But I do think you're right with the move on shit too.
Okay. Vital Vicar is extremely quiet, and that's most unlike Vital Vicar. I don't know what's happened there.
I'm
He's
actually
muted.
surprised that Vital Vicar's quiet because I thought this would have been straight up his alley, innit? With the talk on national sovereignty and illegal immigration. He's quite a patriotic dude, isn't it?
We'll see. Who knows?
DNW, what do you think, bro?
What do I think of the borders in America? Is that what you said?
No, over here, just in general, national sovereignty, the topic of national sovereignty.
Well, I think we kicked ourselves in the stones when we left Europe. You know, because now France has no reason to be beholden to us. We haven't got, a good agreement in place with them. Under European law, people are meant to stay in the first country they come to.
Exactly.
And we're not in Europe anymore. So why would Europe give a shit about us? We should never have left Europe. We should have stayed at the center of power in Europe, because we don't realize how small we are, unfortunately, as an economy compared to other countries now. Yeah, we still have our military might, but economies are what make militaries mighty.
You're right. You guys could have been kings of Europe, but instead you wanted to.
Yeah, but we did make good decisions. Kind of not listening to the EU, even when we were a member state of the EU. For example, they wanted us to give up our national currency, which would have been a fucking disaster. I mean, look at countries like Greece and Portugal. They got screwed over by the euro. So
wow,
I do believe it's a bit of give and take. There is some pluses and minuses. So again, national sovereignty.
Yeah.
I just don't know, man. I guess we're just like yin and yang on this panel. I guess.
I don't think so. I could find some peaceful ground because I could see it. And I think it's all wise. I think they should institute some high tech shit and all sorts. I got ideas, but I think you can pull it off without being so hurtful or hateful or putting marks. I think every time you are reckless like that against people who haven't really harmed anyone or left a victim, then you become the bad guy in the process of trying to be the good guy. But surely we can keep an eye and should keep an eye and fucking there are better ways to do it than just kick everybody out. That's the lazy way. We hate everybody, label them as evil terrorists coming to kill you. Shit, that's just nonsense. Don't do that. That's horrible policy.
I think there is, whether people like it or not, there is something to be considered in that we live in a globalized world where Western corporations have a lot of power and cause a lot of upheaval and problems in developing nations. And whether we like it or not, I think we are beholden to those people because we go there, we fuck things up, and we cause a shift in their, homeostasis, and we do that through war. We do that through big corporations going in there and nicking all their shit, nicking their brains, bringing their brains to
natural resources,
nicking their natural resources. Yeah.
Well, I disagree with that.
Using them for our manufacturing because it's easier to get it done there than be beholden to the strict employment laws of our countries that are there to protect workers. There's so much shit going on in this world, and unfortunately, look, I'm not saying we have to invite everybody to our place, but perhaps we should be treating the problems at the cause, and that is in these countries.
We got to pay more attention. Every terrorist organization that we hate, we created. At some time, we trained them and funded them and destroyed their people. We created all of these organizations. We have to look into that to stop repeating the same thing.
It's a sorry tale, but people will say, but it doesn't matter because might makes right, and it's all about being the strong man or the strong country.
What do they call it? Force doctrine.
But the truth is, in a real world, if you're a practical person, you realize it does matter because as a citizen, we have to appreciate that big business doesn't care about us. Big business cares about making money.
Yeah, but
making money does what making money needs to do, which is causing disarray all over the world.
First of all, you need to take away this collective guilt.
Did you see the funeral over there?
Let me get in, Joe.
Hold on, I don't want him to stray yet. I didn't want him to stray yet because I was still talking about us creating terrorists. Did you see the funeral over there? It was supposed to be the biggest mass gathering of people ever on the planet going to visit that guy's funeral. Can you imagine?
Which funeral was that?
The guy we killed, the Gaddafi, not Gaddafi, the Cody comedian, whatever he's called.
They invited sympathizers over the border from Pakistan to attend the funeral.
We're not just creating the terrorists.
Here's the point. Let me finish the point, right? DMW, let me land the ship. It's the biggest group gathering of people ever on the planet, and they're all for this guy. Do you think we just created a bunch of people who are going to hate us for a very long time? We got to think of the ramifications.
Where was that, Joe?
It's all over in like 3 countries. He's doing a tour of countries. The streets are filled. I mean, wall to wall. Every inch is covered for miles and miles everywhere.
Yeah,
I do think there's a hell of a lot going on. Guys, some of it is, guys.
Come on, guys. Let me get in. I've been trying to get in.
One of the things.
Yes, but he's still commenting on the thing.
We have probably softened a bit too much, as well, in the West, and we've kind of. There is something to be said for what Ross is going to talk about, and that is this guilt thing. People shouldn't be not proud of their country or their people, in totality. And I think maybe we have we probably have gone too far in that direction. And there are many things to be proud of in the West.
We can
agree.
A
hell of a lot.
So basically, let me respond to what
it's about painting that picture rather than the negative. Sorry, go ahead.
Appreciate it. No, I appreciate it.
Yeah, so basically, guys, responding to what Dean W said, like, first of all, why does that onus, even if that point you made was a given about, we need to accept responsibility for what, certain corrupt governments did with false pretenses of wars, which destabilize certain countries. So I don't know how you made the connection between the onus falling on the average British citizen or American citizen to then taking people from a fucking hostile state that we've bombed or meddled with.
Again, you
Like,
didn't listen to me completely. I said
Right,
we have
it's a
to go to
direct.
we have to go to the root cause of it, and I firmly believe if a lot of people are leaving a country, we should be setting up camps on their border to look after those people rather than bringing them here. You know,
exactly.
You know,
Why would you
DNW
allow?
said
Why
if
would
we
you allow? Wait,
destabilize
hang
the
on a second,
government
Joe.
there.
You had your time to speak, bro. Just
I
give me a
know, and
second,
I
please.
might do it again. Then
Yeah,
remember,
yeah. So
DNW said if we've
no. Listen,
destabilized
Joe.
their
Let me come
country,
in
we
now
owe
because
them a
you keep
debt.
going back and forth with D&W. It's not fair. Let me come in, then you can respond, right? Otherwise, it's
I'm
just going to
done.
be
You
a
could have
chaos.
listened and been courteous or went on with what you're saying. It was just 2 seconds to add to it, make a little clarity. I wasn't trying to interrupt you, man. The moment
Okay, so
would
go
have
ahead, man.
passed.
Make your point so I can respond.
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
all I was saying was you do DNW added the qualifier in that we destabilized that country, and that's why the people are flocking in. I was hoping you were addressing that part.
but
So
it's not.
first of
It's not.
all,
Sometimes it's not overtly obvious.
fuck's sake.
The destabilization isn't actually a war. Sometimes it's economical. But go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, but my point is this, right? You cannot assign collective guilt to the actions of a government that then used their military prowess to, cause certain changes in the country. It's ridiculous. It has
I'm
no
not so
connection with
sure about that,
reality.
Ross. I'm sorry. I
It's
really am
like
not so sure about
it's
that.
like,
I'm
for
look,
example,
look,
wait,
look,
hang
look,
on a
look, look,
second.
look, look,
Wait,
look, look.
wait, no, DNW, you keep interrupting with all due respect. I know
Fair
it's your
enough.
show. Let
Fair
me
enough.
make my
Fair
point
enough.
and I'll be silent after. I'll listen to you. It's like when people bring up this stupid argument where they're like, oh, well, America, this, that, and the other, and the Great British Empire of the past. Like, you can't keep so people will always assign this collective guilt. I mean, I'm a British citizen. I don't fucking take responsibility for what the Great British Empire did or Lord Cutler Beckett did. It's fucking ridiculous. It's the proximity between me and the East India Trading Company or the Great British Administration and the monarchy, if you want to throw them into it. It's just so remote. Like you can't even make a connection. Likewise, the average American citizen today. Let me finish my point. The average American citizen today has got nothing to do with what happened in Iraq, what the fuck happened in Vietnam. Okay, they just go about living their lives, right? Well, willfully blind. So you cannot make that connection to say like, oh, well, your government did this, so therefore you have to pay some type of reparations. Like, it's just fucking ridiculous, man. With all due respect, guys.
What do you
Sorry.
think, DNW?
When did this show
I
let
mean,
people finish their point? I haven't been updated.
thank you,
Yeah, go
batshit
ahead,
crazy.
Trevor, once again.
Yeah. I mean, look. Again, we're speaking in generalized terms here, and generalities, and basically, it's not that simple. Sometimes it is the case that we have fucked things up. You know, I mean, look at Iraq. Look at the Iraq War. Like they said, there was weapons of mass destruction there. Apparently, 1 million Iraqis died because of that. Apparently, is that true, guys? Am I right?
Yeah, that
1
sounds
million
about
Iraqi.
right.
Yeah.
I had
I mean,
500,000.
do we not owe the Iraqi people something for that glaringly fucking terrible mistake?
And I do feel bad about it. I
No,
didn't
we
fire one
don't.
weapon, but I feel
Hold on.
horrible about that shit.
Look. Go ahead, Ross. I'm not saying you have to give all your wages to them, but do you not think some of the West or the countries that were involved, some of
No.
the countries that some of their, income should go towards, rebuilding
Absolutely
Iraq?
not. No, because again,
Wow.
as much as we have a democracy here, I think regarding the Iraq War, there was a 1 million-man march that took place, which shows that the great British public were mostly fucking against it. That's why 1 million people marched. Now, we had a shitty government under Tony Blair who went ahead with it along the US government, Bush's administration at the time. And lo and behold, they caused a shit show. I won't deny that. Many people were killed, shouldn't have been killed, shouldn't have probably been there in the first place. But I will not accept one fucking atom of responsibility. And nobody in their right mind who's a US
If
citizen or a
I
British citizen
vote
should
Trump
do the
into
same. Why
office,
would I inherit?
I'm about to say why. If I vote Trump into office and he blows up a country, I bear no responsibility. I shouldn't feel no type of way.
Oh my God, Joe, you're literally This is exactly what Al Qaeda believes, right? I'm sorry to
Okay.
draw
I mean,
this, but
Ross,
No, no,
Ross, he
no.
has
Just
a point
answer
though.
the
no, no, no,
question
no.
in the end. After you
Yeah,
insult
I'm
me and
gonna
tell me
answer
how
your
shitty
question,
and
Mr.
stupid I
Paul.
am, just answer the question. I'll be happy.
So Al Qaeda, what you just said is what Al Qaeda members believe. They believe that Western civilian voters are legitimate military targets because they vote in governments that then create wars. That's fucking ridiculous. I can't believe you even made that
So I
connection.
think your answer is no. I do not believe that if I vote for a guy, I have anything to do with the decisions he make afterwards.
I
I
mean,
bear no
Ross,
responsibility.
with respect, Ross, that is literally why we go to war. We don't go to war with the people. We go to war with the governments. And if
Yeah,
we were
but
to take
okay,
your
so
view on matters, we would never do anything because we couldn't be sure that the people were fully behind the governments, you know. But
well,
in an
I would argue.
sorry.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, that's just the way we
DW,
Pay for it
do
all
our
anyway.
international
You pay for it
relations.
all. No matter what you decide, you
take
pay
it.
for it all.
Yeah, but here's the
Can you
thing: when
clarify
people
that for
vote
me?
for a
By the
certain
way, it
government,
I'm
wasn't
listening to
just
what you're
Tony
saying.
Blair. It wasn't just Tony Blair. His whole government, his whole party were voted in by the UK public, and they were the ones who were meant to hold him accountable. They
yeah,
never did it.
exactly. But
So the
yeah,
British voter is responsible
That's
for
a good
voting in
point. That
people who are
last part
spineless.
there.
yeah, but here's the thing, right? So
We got
even
to
with
hold them
Trump, a
accountable.
lot of
That's part
people.
of the
Okay,
government.
so the people who voted for Trump, I think it was mentioned on this panel here
Too
previously,
much politics. I gotta go.
that
Have a good night. Bye.
All right,
Politics
that
leaders.
peace.
Take
basically
care,
have a good night,
Retro.
man.
Take care, Retro.
So people who voted for Trump, right? He said something about no more wars or something like that. I'm just
Yeah,
paraphrasing. Lo and
he
behold,
did.
he does the Iran thing, right? So are you telling me, right? If people who were literally, I would argue, it happens all the time. They get swindled by politicians, right? Politicians tend to be very charismatic, very influential.
Yes.
So just because somebody voted for Trump, basically he might have had a good anti-immigration policy that they liked. That doesn't mean you get to then generalize them into this whole other pool and say, well, just because you voted for that, so now you're guilty of the Iran war. No, that's ridiculous. This is what I mean.
No,
You
it's
guys
not
are
saying you're
drawing
guilty.
connections.
It's literally saying the establishment which you support made errors, and they were
Yeah,
terrible
but
errors, and therefore the country as a whole is liable to support the victims of such a
If
misstep in action.
But DNW, you're literally
no,
victim
because
blaming right now. You're actually victim blaming DNW by saying that the people who are coerced into believing, like, for example, Trump
No,
said, as the
I
brother
know that.
pointed out. So
I know that.
yeah,
I know
so
the British
the
public were
voters are
victims.
victims.
The voters were
But now you're
victims, yes.
blaming the voters. Yeah, right. So then you're blaming
No,
the
but
victims.
but
And did you also say that
this
we don't go
is
to
the
war with
difficult
people?
situation.
Well, let me just ask one more
Sorry, go ahead.
question, and I'll listen because I want you to
I'm a
clarify.
student.
So I don't miss it. Oh,
Sorry, go ahead,
go,
Odie.
hold on. That's okay. So just really quick for clarification, it sounded like you said we don't go to war with people, we go to war with governments, but the people are literally the boots on the ground that are dying. So how does that make sense? Can you help me understand that?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Obi? Sorry, mate, I lost you.
Yeah, brother, you said, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. I thought I heard you say that we don't go to war with people, we go to war with governments. But my response to that is I don't understand because it's not the governments. Trump ain't picking up no machine gun, right? It's sons and daughters that are going to fight and die in these wars. So it seems like we are in fact going to war with people, and the victim blaming.
The cause. What I mean is we go to war with the cause of the war is the government, is the people in power, rather than the actual people on the ground. We go to war with the regimes and the leaders of the countries who are, in charge, and obviously the damage is done to the population. Yeah, the people on the ground, of course, but the actual reason for going to war is against the leaders, because we view them as not doing their job properly from our vantage point.
Okay, that makes more sense. I appreciate the clarification. And what Roz was pointing out, and I agree with him 100%. A lot of times I do agree with Roz. We have a lot of disagreements fundamentally. We don't talk a whole lot directly, but there are things he says that I think he's spot on. I think he's really intelligent interlocutor, even though I disagree with some of his positions. But the thing that he did point out that I'm on the same page with him is that the voters, if they are in fact coerced or tricked, right, they are then victims. So how can we then say it's a victim's responsibility to make amendments or reparations for something?
You are absolutely right. We were duped into it. Now the thing is, we have a system of politics that is very complex, but there are meant to be checks and balances in the system. And that has been designed and built over a process of hundreds of years by law changes that were passed in Parliament by people we voted in. It literally has been built by the people for the people. And all these checks and balances are meant to occur. And if the system doesn't work, well, unfortunately, the people built the system. Therefore, the people are liable for it not working properly, in my view. But this, yes, I can't deny people are deceptive. People are liars. People in power can do terrible things and lie. But again, that comes back to people. We need to build systems with checks and balances that account for those kinds of people being in power, because clearly it's commonplace.
If
Can
we
I
look
jump
at
in real
that
quick,
from
Joe?
the
Or you can go first, I guess.
Yeah. If
after
I
you.
look at it from the other end, I say I vote some guys in because I want, we'll say, slavery to end. And my guy get in there and end slavery. I'm proud. I feel like I did something. So if I can hold that pride and feeling like I accomplished a thing, the guilt is fair and feeling like I'm also party to the negative thing that occurred.
Yeah, but I would say you're ignoring,
It wasn't
like Oli
just. It
said,
wasn't
you're
simply
ignoring
Tony
a whole
Blair.
load of nuance, Joe. There's a
Well,
lot of
Russell,
nuance to voting somebody
it
in.
wasn't simply Tony Blair. There was a whole load of shit going on. There was
BMW.
there was the Secret Service. There were other advisors. There were scientists who were being ignored and other scientists who weren't supporting them. There was a whole load of people. The establishment made errors all over the place, errors and probably willful cover-ups. So therefore, that's why I believe the people are beholden to be liable for the establishment's fuck up, because they created and vote for, the people who work within it. Sorry, Kenny.
I think Emily was being patient. She
What were you
yielded
going
for
to say,
me.
Kenny? Kenny was going to say something.
I just wanted to ask DNW if I could play my Trump speech as an encore to close the show, or at least close my contribution to the show. I'd like Ra's al Ghul to see it.
Could I say something first?
Maybe later, Kenny. We won't close just yet. All right.
Yeah,
Can I just say, yeah? Sorry, go ahead, Emily. Sorry,
Thanks. No, I just wanted to say, we have a problem in this country with the corporate capture of our representatives. We have a representative government. They don't represent us, is what our problem is with that. So,
Your opinion, Emily.
It is an opinion, but I can back that
Trump was
opinion up.
voted in by it was voted in by a majority.
Yeah, but Kenny, you may be right. You may be right about that.
I haven't landed my point. I haven't landed my point. Do you think I'm talking about only Trump? I'm talking about every representative in this country. They're bought and paid for by the lobbyists.
Yeah.
We've
already shown, Kenny, there can be a
interests.
disparity between politicians' actions and the will of the people. We've been talking about that for quite a while. So Emily is go ahead, Emily. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. I was also going to say Obama and all these other people, by the way, are overlooked. He bombed 7 countries throughout his term as president. A lot of the things are going on covertly. People don't even know what's going on all over the world, or why. When they talk about, cobalt mining, for example, we're in countries for purposes of, obtaining their resources. And, also the capture of Greenland. A lot of that has to do with there's some substances in Greenland we want. Things aren't always about what you think they're about. I lost a significant other in the Iraq War. They did kill people. They maybe do owe us something when they lie to us about why they go somewhere. So all this stuff really actually matters. So in terms of what they owe us and stuff, and whether they owe us anything, and that's a big question, because there is, like objective ethics said, there's coercion. You are talking, when you talk about military people, also about like young people. A lot of times the poorest among us going into the military to get the benefits of going into it. America may be a free country, like Kenny admires our freedoms and our ability to go and do things, but at what cost? So, everything isn't perfect. It's a situation where there's great wealth disparity in this country. So people go and put their lives on the line in order to get access to college and to benefits, and they're willing to die to get those things.
If I could add one there, Emily, the war, when they thought the Twin Towers fell, they thought when they went to Iraq that they was getting revenge.
Exactly.
The reporters asked them, why are you over here? All of them said to get revenge for the. They were like, you're in the wrong country. These people didn't drop the towers.
And even people that were that ignorant, some people also were fooled because they went from Afghanistan, where also we created Al Qaeda. We know that now.
Right.
We trained them, we funded it, we trained them in
Right.
America, by the way. People don't even know this. And then you have the situation where they then morphed into pretending that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. The weapons that Saddam Hussein did have, we sold him. And Iraq is in a terrible situation now. I saw a program about what's going on there now. It's a mess, and we did contribute to that. Do people have anger at our country, which then fobs off over into a violent mentality toward American people? Yes. And do we deserve that? No. But
I think you're right, Emily. I think
guys,
Emily's
come on,
hit the.
guys.
Emily, you might agree with me. I think this is what you're also saying, and this is. I think this is a key. You might argue about whether we're liable for them, from a kind of from the perspective of we were duped into allowing our governments to do things or whatever. But the point is, we can all agree that people who have suffered the consequences of unjust, wars or whatever in these countries will have a gripe against us, as human beings. And that, for me, is the real reason why intervention and some kind of reparation, some kind of diplomacy is needed to help build these countries up so that they don't turn against us, so that they don't, come back better and come back at us,
And then more important, though, would be not ever letting it happen again. Well, one more thing I'd like to say real quick. Can I just say one thing real quick, and then you? I just wanted to say we need to make sure it never happens again. We've got to stop having this corporate capture of our representatives. We need to get all the foreign influence out of government and the corporate influence, and it needs to be, like Andy was saying in another portion, one person, one vote when we have these situations with all the facts laid out on the table. And then we wouldn't have these dumb wars that don't pertain to anything that has to do with our security or our well-being.
Yeah, I mean, Ross, look, there are success stories, aren't there? There are countries that America has went in and had, wars with, where the people don't hate America, right? I mean, I don't really know. I don't like. Look at the Vietnam. Look at the Vietnam War. Look at the Vietnam War. I mean, that was pretty atrocious. I mean, the Vietnamese aren't really on America's case in the present day, are they? I mean, the Vietnamese people don't really. The modern like the next generation and the next generation, they don't hate America.
They got every reason to hate us, by the way. But
I know. Yeah, well, that's fair enough. What I'm saying is clearly America must have done something right there. What did America do for Vietnam after the Vietnamese War? Does anyone know?
Nothing.
Who was Saddam fighting and we intervened? They love us.
Well,
remember Saddam was slant drilling the country next to him. Like Kuwait.
At the end
was
of
it
the
Kuwait?
day, guys,
Kuwait.
listen, you guys have been talking and I've been silent, so I think people should let me talk as well now. At the end of the day, I just don't understand how people are connecting the dots. Like Joe, are you seriously telling me like the sins of the father argument? Like I'm
saying I see both sides. I was only talking about one at a given time.
Let me ask
but
you
I
a
see
question
also
then.
both sides.
So General Custer was said to have committed so many war crimes against the indigenous Native Americans, right, during his military campaign. Do you accept responsibility for that? Like, because that's the way I see it.
That'd be tough because
you see, Ross, I think you're blurring the lines.
You were not even in his fucking army, bro. What are you talking about?
You didn't hear what I said.
Wait.
Hear what I was gonna say. I'm Cherokee and Blackfoot. I was saying that would be rough because he killed myself. Because I'm Indian is what I was trying to say.
I think
what I'm trying to say is it's a loaded question.
Ross, that was so long ago. Those people are not alive. We still have people alive in the world today who suffered the consequences of.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say to you
is the key difference. They're alive now. But what do we do now to make sure that they don't cause?
DNW has hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, but okay, so the American Indians would argue that the United States government has done this to us and that, and obviously I wouldn't object to a lot of their claims. But what I'm saying is you can't take the average American and assign culpability for what General Custer and his army did.
I was not. Remember, I said you voted for a president and he bombed and attacked a place that didn't attack us first. I gave something like that. I wasn't going back to Custer years. I'm talking about you're responsible because you personally voted for the guy.
That's exactly what Al Qaeda says. It's a very dangerous way of looking at things.
Can I get to make a point, please?
Yeah.
Emily, did you say that America and the CIA funded Al Qaeda?
Yeah. I don't know if she said it.
Absolutely. We trained Al Qaeda in America.
Okay, so you're saying that the USA created Al Qaeda?
Not necessarily created. We funded and trained some of them.
Not just them.
Never funded
All
Al
of them ones you
Qaeda.
could think of.
The CIA funded the Mujahideen in Afghanistan.
Them too. Them too. Yes,
there's a difference between them. Joe Cool, be quiet to the when I'm talking to Emily. There's a difference between the Mujahideen and Al Qaeda.
You just want
the
to
CIA
argue.
and the US funded money, $3 billion, $20 billion into Afghanistan. The money went strictly to native Afghan Mujahideen groups fighting the Soviet Union.
There were
Al Qaeda was funded by the Osama bin Laden wealth.
You do know the connections between Osama bin Laden and even in Texas in the United States, don't you? The family? Because they flew them all out of here right after 9/11.
Kenny's right in the sense that Osama bin Laden got his money.
My point is the funding when they were fighting the Soviet Union, it was the Mujahideen.
I know about
the
that.
CIA in America were funding. They never funded Al Qaeda.
They did.
Osama bin Laden started and funded Al Qaeda with their own family money.
Yeah, he took the royal family money. That's true.
And there were drills and operations in Texas. I can send you the links, and it's reliable sources.
That was well after Al Qaeda.
No, this was
started and established.
This was before 9/11.
Yeah, and also, you know,
but that doesn't mean that it was America that created Al Qaeda.
I didn't say America created Al Qaeda.
Were already an established group.
Well, she made a little faux pas. We know what she was getting to. America funded the people who started Al Qaeda, trained them, you know, gave them high class, you know, knowledge in how to wage war.
Yeah, I wasn't speaking for a long time. I just said Al Qaeda, but that's what I mean.
That's what she meant. We know what she meant.
Not the Mujahideen.
But Russ, you know, you have this kind of.
But you need to get your facts correct if you're going to make these accusations against the American government.
Well, it's a correct accusation.
Facts matter. Facts are important.
Facts are important, and I can send you the links to where we train them and how we train them and how much money we put into it.
Okay, Russ.
I'll unblock you. I'll unblock you on X and send it to me.
Thank you, Russ. You seem to get like a little bit worried when we talked about these people who are alive now, who have suffered injustices from Western intervention in their homelands. And you seem to compare that to, you know, people wanting reparations for their ancestors having gone through stuff. Why isn't it okay to consider both a problem worth stewing over and giving some, you know, thought to? Why can't you see? Why do you have to do this comparison? Why can't we say people who are suffering now because of actions now are something we need to try and deal with, and people who are suffering now because of a chain of causation that started in the past are also people we have to try and deal with and better the circumstances of? Why can't we consider both as worthy receivers of our time and energy? Why can't we try and lift up both peoples, Russ?
Because the main point I'm trying to make is that there's no proximity between the average British or American citizen or, you know, Western citizen and then a particular government's action who ordered a military strike or military intervention in their country. There's just not enough proximity to then say that.
Russ, can we not agree that a lot of the problems in the world are because of disparity, inequality, and because of the actions of the past? And you know, you say it's got nothing to do with us. You know, we may not have caused it, but we live in a world where we have to suffer the consequences of people having mental health problems and, you know, ideological disagreements with us. So therefore, it is in our interest to help all these people, because if we don't, we will be on the receiving end of shit we don't really want to suffer, you know?
Yeah, but okay, so to add on top of what I originally said about the proximity problem, there's another problem. We have problems of our own, GW. See, this is the thing.
We do, but, you know, again, these are all problems.
No, hold on a second. Let me finish. So it's a bit arrogant to sit there and think that somehow we have the sort of capability. Like, we have so many domestic problems across the West. We're in no position to be trying to sort out other people's problems. And I heard people talking about Saddam Hussein. Yeah, so he was a puppet dictator at one point, I would argue. But guess what? Iraq was fucking under shit, and the Kurds were, he was using chemical weapons against the Kurds. And let's not even talk about the war crimes of his two children, Uday and Qusay, and what they were getting up to. They were literally two psychopaths. So even before the Americans invaded Iraq, I'm sorry, but Iraq was literally
No,
under
but
the
what I'm
grip of
saying,
an
Russ,
evil
is we
dictator.
shouldn't take a completely isolationist view on matters. We should be very, very much, interested in the outcome of people from abroad and from countries that we've, messed with in the past. I'm not saying we have to spend all our money on it, but we need to be concerned about the outcome of these people and what they're up to and what they're going to do with their countries.
So,
I mean, is it not fair that we should have an interest in helping to educate them at least, so that they can find their own way forward?
Logical,
yeah, but
brother.
here's the thing, GNW. The problem is, why does the West have to pick up the debris of the world?
Again, because it's in our interest, whether you like it or not. We're in a very, very complex world that is,
like,
unbelievably connected. Like, look at the world as it stands. Cougar Dimmer will back me up on this. He talks about global heating. We need to be very interested in the developing world, because a lot of the CO2 and the pollution and such that's causing that is coming from the developing world. So
and
whether we
also,
like it or
wait,
not, we need to somehow influence people in these developing countries.
so
There's a
again,
new argument that
suicidal empathy by the West, because
That's
guess
not
what? Members,
suicidal empathy. That's actually
wait, hold on,
practical
GNW.
responsibility.
So to
Practical
address your point,
responsibility to ourselves. Practical responsibility to ourselves, because if we don't sort the world out, no one else is going to be able to do it.
okay, so DNW, to respond to your point directly. So you just talked about the global warming effects caused by developed nations. Now, if you looked, I actually quoted Chickpea on this. Not per capita, but in general, China and India contribute way more fucking carbon emissions than we
No,
do. And guess
that's what I
what?
said. Now that's what I was saying. We have to be involved in these countries.
Yeah, but
they're
they're not
humans
doing
too.
anything, are they?
Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying. The onus is always on the
We
West.
have to offer them subsidies.
So
We have
the
to
West
try and
has to
help
take in
them
all
develop.
Guys,
these
listen,
refugees.
1 second, quick, 1 second. You arseholes are going to have to wait until I get back to the fridge. I'm going to get a Coke Zero.
Ah, damn it.
The fuck? So DNW. So the onus always falls on the West. So none of the developed
Well, it
Gulf
does.
countries.
And
Wait, hold on a second, buddy. Wait, DNW. Let me just make my point, please. So none of the developed Gulf countries want to take a single Syrian refugee. And isn't it funny that when the Syrian refugees were accepted by Angela Merkel's administration into Germany, I'll get you the figures and we'll come back to this. They went on during New Year's Eve to commit mass sexual assault and mass social hysteria, right, during that event. Now, those are not refugees, right? Those are violent, opportunistic criminals that came under this, that took advantage of the naivety of the German people, and the German people paid the price for that. Now, across Europe, I can give you countless examples, right?
What's your
Enough is
point?
enough. My point is that the West needs to stop with the suicidal empathy that we're here to pick up the world's problems, because we never cause all those problems. Some countries are just fucked by their own constitution, and there's no way going about it.
There's a new study out that would disagree with what you're saying. It's saying that human beings now work more like microorganisms, like tree roots or ant colonies, how they all join together and work as one now. We are more tied than it's gonna, and I think it's gonna be revealed now because we got all this AI shit to graph our transportation and all the sharing and goods that we exchange between each other. And the world's so small now. It looks like we're just one hive mind now.
I think Joe is right. I think a lot of the separation. I mean, in the business world, the separation isn't as much there as it is for like the average citizen. These big corporations, big businessmen are doing deals, with people because money is money, business is business. And it's just when it comes down to the taxpayer, the ordinary citizen, that's where the separation feels most real.
Even with
but
the
up in the upper echelons, You know, they're networking, they're wheeling and dealing with each other. And
I'm sorry, I
yeah, the
disagree, guys. I
separation
don't
isn't
think
as
everybody
obvious.
shares our values. It's very evident across the world. Some people come from cultures where they don't value democracy,
I do
freedom of
agree with
speech.
you,
It's just a
Russ.
fact. I'm sorry,
I
Joe
agree with you
Cool, you
about
have a
some of
very
these countries.
naive
I agree with
view.
you about the Gulf states.
It's not just
They
the
should be
Gulf
doing
states.
more. I do agree with that.
Even countries like communist, or mainland China, they don't agree with freedom of speech and they believe in censorship and
So
the
you think we
communist
should
thing
go
they
over
got
there
going
and
on.
kill them, or should we stay at home? Because I think you stated both things somewhere along this
No, we
conversation.
need to create clear lines of distinction and have standards, right? You don't just accept all the garbage from the rest of the world to come flock into your country and
No, no,
Exactly.
no. I
decently
meant
say
as
bad
far
things.
as attacking him. If we
Raz Al
think
Ghul,
a
look, one
certain
second, let me get
country,
in quickly here. Let me get in very quickly here. Raz Al Ghul, I just posted a link in the private chat. We need people like you, man. Come and join us.
I was going to say, if we think a president
Uh,
is being shitty to his people, like say North Korea is over there mistreating their people, we should be able to go over there and tackle them and help the people. Is that the type of country we should be?
No, I never said everything requires intervention. Why not just let the people go? Let the people of Afghanistan fucking govern themselves, right?
I
Let the people
only
of
said
Syria,
that
wait,
because,
let me finish. Let the people of all these countries govern themselves. That's what
right,
I'm saying,
a
right?
while ago, though, you was saying it was necessary for us to go in Iraq because Saddam's sons were bad people,
No,
and
no,
you
I
were
never said that.
justifying
No,
it.
no, no. Sorry to interrupt you, but I never said. I just said that even before the American invasion of Iraq, the Iraqi people were under the grip of an evil tyrant and his two psychopathic sons. You can
Right,
check
but
that
it
out,
came
right?
up as a justification for us going over there for
No, I
war.
never
Yeah, that's
mentioned
the only
military
reason it brought
intervention.
up.
I'm just saying Iraq was fucked way before the Americans invaded. That's the point I was making.
Okay.
So the
I agree
Americans
with you. I
invading it.
agree with you about the you know, the richer countries should be doing more, and that's only fair. And when I talk about helping the citizens of other countries, I'm talking about countries that are in an economically dire position, you know, that can't look after themselves.
Yeah, well,
And it's
DNW, what about
because
the
of
elderly
things
pensioners?
we've done. Sorry.
Yeah, but you talk about that, but what about the elderly pensioners in this country that have spent their whole lives contributing to this country and they can't even
No,
fucking afford to pay the winter bill? And then you're talking about helping somebody in a remote, far off land. Do you see the problem that we have?
there can be reciprocal ways of doing it that benefit both countries, you know.
Yeah, but
I
we need
don't
to,
think
I
I think
understand.
people are very one-dimensional in their thinking.
Right.
Like
No, you just
interventions
need to
can improve
prioritize.
both countries.
No, what I'm saying
We
is
can
we need to, every
we
country.
can benefit. For example, we could benefit from, for example, educating some of their people, and then they end up working here in our hospitals, raising the standards of our health system, and then they eventually go back to their country and raise the standard. I mean, it can be a reciprocal process of, you know,
And then
mutual
they start
benefit.
liking America, and they start trading with us and inviting us over to do business. And
Yeah,
even we've got no
eventually, exactly.
business
That's what
opportunities
happens
open.
is generations are born here, and then they go and they trade because they know the lay of the land in their parents' land, and it becomes a situation where both sides prosper. I mean, we're seeing that right now, Russ. I see it all the time with Ghana and Ghana and Nigeria. There's a hell of a lot of people in this country who are second or third generation Nigerian or Ghanaian, and there seems to be a lot of money being exchanged from Britain to Nigeria and back, and vice versa. And both sides are being lifted up because of that.
Hey, Russ, I got a question for you. It's along the same lines. The immigrants that came over here before, all those different Polish, Irish, Scottish, whoever came over here and got shitted
So
on.
you're talking
That
about the English pilgrims. Are you talking about the first settlers, European settlers into the
yes,
Americas?
I'm talking about what's that New York gangs of New York shit when they was Irish were getting off the boat and everybody was divided into 5 boroughs or whatever in those days. Well, every immigrant over here was considered a piece of shit. No dogs or Irish allowed. No polarks need apply. Okay, everybody went through that shit. But my point is that, and that would include the Asians and Chinese, and all of them turned out just to assimilate, become part of society. I wonder why you would think it would be any different with this group of people. Why would they be any different if we skipped forward 100 years or whatever? Why wouldn't they be a part of the society like every other immigrant
Okay,
group
so
came in? It cannot be because they broke that
I've heard,
fucking law.
right? So I've never been to see again. Now I don't want to make this racial, right? But there's certain place. So okay, let's establish a fact: the United States of America, colorblind, whatever, is a traditionally English-speaking country, right? So that's my first point: English-speaking country. Now I've heard from
Thank you,
people that have
Emily.
visited. Now I've heard from people that have visited places like Miami, Florida. Like they go to gas station or they go to these pockets, and there's certain places where nobody fucking speaks English, and that's because they have a large, overly large population of basically foreign nationals of Hispanic descent that are not assimilating, not respecting American values and culture by even attempting to learn the fucking language. And then that poses a problem. Now, I'm not
No,
saying
no,
it's
no,
the
no,
number
no.
one.
I
No,
wanted you
wait,
to
let me
address
finish,
over
mate.
time would they be
No, no,
assimilate. You're not addressing what I said.
no, Joe. Let me finish my point. You
You
asked me a
give me
question. Don't tell
incidental shit
don't
that's bad now. I say over
don't tell me
time,
how
why
to
wouldn't
answer
they
it, Joe.
assimilate?
No, don't
That
tell me
was the
how to answer
question.
it. So the problem is when you have lots of illegal immigrants and that, and when they form together, if you allow them the privilege to stay in your country in that state, then why would they assimilate? Why would they do anything? That's
It's
not.
happened for every other group that's come here. I opened with
Well,
every other
no, the
group.
Irish were
They
not
would have
illegal
had
immigrants, were they?
Chinatown. They would have had Irish Town, where Irish speak that shit. Polark would have been speaking Polish shit. They'd have had towns, and somebody would have been saying, they don't even speak our language. Fuck, I hope these dogs die. They'd have been doing the same shit. Turn out that these motherfuckers turned out to love, but we love them now. Duh, Bears. We love these clowns now. Half of them cops in Chicago. Why don't you think that this group would not be like any other group? It will happen the same way 100 years from now, however long it
Joe
took for them to
Cool is
assimilate. The same
correct.
thing would
Joe
apply.
Cool is correct here.
No,
He is.
he's not correct. I disagree. At the end of the day, you guys are arguing for mass illegal immigration. You're both insane, with all due
No.
respect.
But you see, Ross, he's correct that people will but the interesting thing is it's always about
How can an
newcomers.
illegal immigrant assimilate and integrate when he's violated the most fundamental fucking law in the country?
In
How
your
does that make any
eyes,
sense, bro?
you
It's
just
like
need an
children or
excuse to hate
his
them
children or
niggas.
his
no,
grandchildren.
That's
guys.
the
It's like
fundamental law. We live and die by that
it's like
law. That's
saying,
just
yeah.
racist fucks who believe that, yo.
It's like saying a guy, you expect a guy to clean up after he's fucking burgled your house. Like you expect him to leave it in an orderly fashion. What the fuck are you talking about? He had no
Right.
respect
That's
the moment
exactly
There's
he
this
great
thing, Ross.
illegally.
There's a thing when a man loves a woman, and when
What?
when the youngsters meet and they mingle, they forget about the shit of their forefathers. You know,
Very
how
good.
how many times has a woman gone out with somebody from the opposing side and started a family?
Yes, very
And it
There's
just
good.
nothing wrong
happens
with
all
that.
the time,
Oh
bro.
my god. So
That's
guys,
a
I'm not
great
talking
point.
about.
He's right. That's how we learn to
I'm
love
not.
each other. Because I got a
You
black
you will be forced eventually to love each other because
Speaking
a
of
woman
which, let me
Yeah, go ahead.
interject right now. I matched with a beautiful woman from Iraq on Tinder. She's like, when you
This
see a
is a
photograph
setup.
of she,
This is a setup. This is a
no,
setup.
seriously, look, there's my match list, right? And when I hit that, okay, look at that.
Kenny's going to come back, and he's going to next time we see him, he's going to be going on his Hajj. You know?
Yes, he gonna have a totally different opinion about
Yeah.
Muslims next time we see him, right?
Yeah.
I would marry her. I would marry
They're
her.
not so bad. They're not so bad. They could
Bro,
be doing
just
that shit.
just on appearance alone, Kenny, you would marry her. You'd be able to get everything else sorted, would you?
You'd have a
confidence.
turban. You'd have the horse, and sultan sword. You'd be
No,
the whole thing, bro.
I have
Well, to be fair,
standards, actually.
she's
I have
well.
standards.
To be fair, she looks pretty liberal to me. So I don't want
She's pretty.
I said she looks pretty liberal to me. These guys think she's a traditionalist, but she looks pretty liberal.
You got an argument, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the show's going to end, guys. It's a late one.
Okay.
Kenny, what age are these women?
He is 29.
Okay.
Guys, can I just say before the show ends, I just want to consolidate my whole argument, what I've been talking about tonight, right?
All
So I
right.
don't
Well, I
want
tell
people
you
to
what. Do it now
I don't
as
want
your
people
closing
to
remark. As your closing remark. Go ahead.
yeah, so I don't want
Nobody
people
but
to
it.
misconstrue what I was saying. So basically, in a nutshell, what I would say I'm a true centrist, right? So that puts me in a very unique position where I get to fully critique the left and I fully critique the right. And I'm sorry, guys, with all due respect, all I heard was far left insanity. I just heard people rationalizing literal mass illegal immigration into their countries for a whole plethora of reasons, and I can't understand why. But agree to disagree, I guess. So yeah, that's my closing remarks. Yeah.
Thank you, Ross. It was good to have you here, brother. Who wants to go next for a closing remark?
I do, because I just want to shit on everything Russ said. He just got up here and didn't give no facts or anything. You just say, yeah, liberal, left wing, so and so's. He didn't give any facts. And all of the arguments that we gave, you say you don't understand why we believe that. All the arguments we gave were solid counter arguments for, well, because they broke a law, it's they need to be vetted, all of that shit. I think we proved that you didn't believe any of those things, and that's what kept you jumping topic to topic and reason to reason to keep them out all night, because you don't have a good reason, but you do have a reason. It's because you just don't like them. Somebody taught you that. You can't recognize your brother and your sister because they're over that imaginary line. It's where this conversation started. When someone told you, America, it allowed you to hate your brother and not even see what he looked like anymore. And that's my closing statement.
Hey, I'm at work. I gotta go. Can I go next, DW? DW, can I go next?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
So sorry, everybody off. I'm at work. I've got people calling me. But just really quick, the only issue that I have with this conversation about reparations and guilt and all this other stuff is, it seems to me, and I'm a very empathetic person. You guys, I think for the most part, know me and know my message. And I'm looking for global harmony, respect. I see everyone as my brother or sister, right? You guys, I've said this a million times. I live my best life when you guys are living your best life. That's right. So coming from that position, I still have an issue with these conversations about reparations, because it seems like the demarcations for responsibility and guilt are so arbitrary. How many years, how many hundreds of years, decades, thousands of years are you going to go back into history before you decide who's responsible for who's carrying the guilt for whose crime? I think that we should all be responsible for our actions. And the other thing I would encourage people to consider is the deontology of things. Can you do the right thing for the wrong reasons? So just a little food for thought there. And I just appreciate all of you, brothers. And thank you so much for letting me be part of the panel.
Back at you, bro.
Thank you,
Good night, man. Nice one, OE, brother. Nice one.
Thank you, OE. I don't know if Vital, wake up, Vital. But I don't know if Vital's there. So, Kenny, go ahead. Closing remark.
Yeah, I wanted to play my Trump speech as an encore. I want Joe Cool and Ra's al Ghul to hear it.
Okay.
So can I share my YouTube video?
Yes.
Okay.
And we'll close the show after this one.
Let me know when it's on the screen and I'll press play.
Yeah, it's on the screen. It's on the screen.
Okay.
There we go.
Get us back on track, Jack. I can't stand this shit.
Well, we've also got a couple of guests here who have been waiting very patiently, and I do want to welcome back.
I'm just saying, Jack, Brandon's being a fuck pig.
Let's please. Thank you. Kenny,
why does
you.
Kenny look so much like Zetetic Warrior? Did you forget your beanie? You might.
He looks like the drunk. He looks like the drinker, the drunken reviewer guy, YouTuber.
Tell you what, I consider Kenny Given to be a star. Can we allow him to have the floor, please?
I'd like to make a speech if that's all right. Interrupted and uninterrupted as well. Is that okay with you, Jack?
You know what? Let's see where it goes. Gentlemen, folks here, please mute up. Allow him to get to do this, please.
Tomorrow marks the day, exactly 250 years ago, 56 courageous patriots gathered in Philadelphia. They pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to forge a new nation. On that day, they declared a profound and eternal truth, that our rights do not come from the decrees of a monarch or the mandates of a government. They come directly from our Creator in heaven, and no earthly power can ever take them away. With the writing of the Declaration of Independence, America began the most extraordinary journey in human history. The path was not easy. Against the greatest empire of the age, General George Washington and his Continental Army faced bitter winters, crushing poverty, and impossible odds. But they possessed an unbreakable American spirit. They did not yield. They fought, they endured, and they secured the ultimate victory for human freedom. From that glorious day in 1776, the American people have crossed oceans, settled a vast and untamed continent, revolutionized industry, built the most spectacular cities, and lifted millions out of poverty. We dug the canals, we laid the railroads, we cured diseases, and we placed the American flag on the surface of the moon. We are a nation of pioneers, builders, and heroes. To honor the sacrifice of our ancestors, we have a solemn obligation to ensure that America remains forever strong. Today, we stand as the most powerful nation on earth. We have completely rebuilt the United States military, ensuring that our armed forces remain the supreme defenders of peace and liberty. We have established a space force to secure our future in the stars, and we have fortified our nation against all threats, foreign and domestic. Yet as we celebrate this sacred anniversary, we must also resolve to defend the legacy of 1776 from those who seek to tear it down. We face ideological movements that seek to erase our heritage, rewrite our history, and demand that we apologize for America's greatness. Let me be clear. We will never apologize for the United States of America. We will protect our monuments. We will honor our past, and we will defend our culture. We will revere the genius of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and the countless Americans who gave their lives to preserve the Republic. We will teach our children to love their country, to respect our history, and to always proudly salute the American flag that I wear as a bow tie on my neck tonight. We are a nation that respects our past and boldly embraces our future. We have secured our borders, achieved unprecedented energy independence, and restored the true sovereignty of our nation. By putting America first, we are preserving the exact liberties that our founders risked everything to establish 2.5 centuries ago. To every citizen celebrating today, whether are here in Washington or watching from your homes across this vast and beautiful land, this historical milestone belongs to you. It belongs to the hard-working families, the farmers, the factory workers, the brave men and women of law enforcement, and the military who keep us safe. Tonight, as the skies above our capital are illuminated in the grand and unprecedented tribute to this nation, let us look back to the heavens with immense gratitude. Let us remember the heroes who built this country, and let us pledge here and now that the American dream will thrive for the next 250 years and long beyond. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Happy 250th birthday.
There we are.